actually surprised that Sai has not popped their head in yet. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Guess who I have with me today? I'm not going to turn on the webcam for it, but I have a boy with me today. Binks is on the bed. He is completely sprawled out at the foot of the bed. This is a surprise because usually it's Emily that wants to be in the room, but today Binks meowed at the door. Hi, Bob. Did I? Oh, I know what I did. I didn't actually turn the game off. So last time we had a lot to process, finding out that at least Dunim is actually Misty Faye, and she's dead. And we have a really big sneaking suspicion, even though we probably knew from the beginning that that Godot is Dio Armando, Maya Faye's original mentor, and he blames us for everything, even though we've done wrong, we haven't done that wrong. And now we have to figure out all the psych locks on this door and figure out who Iris is exactly. I still believe it's Dahlia Hawthorne. Maybe there is a big possibility that there's either twins or that this person has lost memory or something else is horribly going awry and I don't understand what's going on. But February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. See, then who locked the door in the first place? Was it Bikini? How could it possibly be? Well, no, I mean, I feel like Bikini could have done it, but are you saying you can't open it because you don't have spiritual powers? Am I going to play Monster Hunter? I thought about it. I know that previous Monster Hunter games that I've played, because I played World, and I got horrible motion sickness with World. I know that there's options that you can change in Wilds that seems like it could help, and I did play the demo a little bit, but I didn't really fight any of the big boys in the map. So I'm not too sure whether or not I would be able to play it long term. I want to play it, but motion sickness says no. Everything's so convoluted. There's five blocks in total. Do I just have to press the Magatama into it? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. Then why is there 5 locks on here? Why you can't undo one of them at least? If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Yeah, Edgeworth is having a panic attack. Well, not really a panic attack, but close enough. Phoenix Wright is dying from a cold. Von Karma's Von Karma. And Iris is Iris. Miles Edgeworth, go get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfect. The whip! There's no telling what sort of mistake you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. See, she's kind when she wants to be, but she's still kind of not kind because she's smacking everybody with whips. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You can take care of things here. You can calm down, Edgeworth. You can still be helpful. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good, buddy. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of a garden. In the corner of the garden? Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems like that this is where we part ways, Phoenix, right? I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind it if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. We're gonna have to figure out which one's gonna be the Magatama one. Oh god. Should I, at this point, have all the information I need to get through those Cyclocks? Probably? I wonder if she knew anything about Misty Faye. Crystal Sphere, Larry's sketch. The flying clothes across the burning bridge. Okay. Yeah, I remember that bit. Ring bell at 10 p.m. lights out. 10 to 11 p.m. Body fell 10 feet after death. Missing the crystal that we have covered in blood. The Shichishito, the eye. Okay. Okay. Let's get to the bottom of this. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. I'm so skeptical about you. Are you genuine or are you a horrible person like before? In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we are clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but what? And I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern door and... Who in the world would do something like this? I mean, who else? I mean, Sister Bikini seems to be kind of suspect, but can we take into consideration that there might be more priests here that we don't know of? Trick lock. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. There's 5 locks in total. You aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only 1 lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. They wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. Well, I mean, Sister Bikini was adamant about going to the other island at first, or the inner temple at first. Maybe during the commotion? But I mean, we were with Sister Bikini when the earthquake happened. She said, "Oh, I'm gonna stay behind as you go here." Could there be a secret way to get here? This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. How do you remember 100 different combinations? Oh, wow. It will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. And it's already been 2 days since Maya's been locked down there? A whole day. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Have we got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. I hope that maybe she's channeling Mia right now. Maybe Mia's giving her strength. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. What might that be, Phoenix, right? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hasakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen the same evening at the inner temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hasakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hasakura Temple and the inner temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Here's the psych logs. Oh my god. Ooh, it's only 3 this time. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Is there twins? Is there 2 of you? Okay. I'm gonna save. Let's save and see how this goes. Hi, Sai! Sai, you're basically just in time. We're gonna interrogate. We're gonna figure this out. I still can't believe, though, that... Sai, I can't believe that at least Dunim is Misty Faye. Oh! Yeah, is it an evil twin? You were at work for 11 hours? I'm so sorry. Do I even want to ask why you had to stay late, or was it a silly reason? I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hasakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. So, Sister Bikini was the one who said that she was at the inner temple, but then also saw her at the courtyard. Yeah, the biggest plot twist! I can't believe it! My manager is basically doing the work of 2 managers, so I stayed to take some of his workload off of him. Oh, so you're having... Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your manager, but I'm also sorry for you because you are not a manager and have to do manager-jerly tasks. That's a big pain in the butt. Oh, Sai, I have Binks with me today. Binks is laying on the foot of the bed, all sprawled out with me. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. You already know that Sister Bikini accused you. Yeah, I got a baby boy with me. I would turn on the webcam, but he's not like in the optimal position for me to show him off. Because you might see feet, and I'm not showing you feet. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hasakura Temple. Not for free? No, I don't think I would ever show you guys feet on purpose. For any reason whatsoever. Like actual feet. No feet for you. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. You see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left around 9:40 p.m., I think. See, that's weird. Surely there has to be 2 of you. You gave me though the hood at like 10 something. I'm sorry, I can't read. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Yeah, because she gave me this around... And didn't she also... In her testimony, she rang the bell at 10 p.m. And she gave me the hood before she ran the bell, didn't she? What would be the right? What would be the right item to get for this? Yeah, received before lights out. Yes. No, this works. Received before the lights out bell the night of the crime protects from evil spirits. Because she did the bell at 10. And she gave this to me before 10. So she couldn't have left at that time frame when she gave me the hood. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang the bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? You stupid. Me. Mr. Wright. It was the person that I met that night not Iris? I'm so confused. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. This is so weird. That brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 p.m. on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hasakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at Hasakura Temple, you were at the inner temple, and there were 2 of you. See, this is... That's the only right explanation. There were 2 of you. Because for her to also hesitate at answering, like, yes, that's correct. There's 2. There's 2. Is she like a twin to Dahlia Hawthorne? What? Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? But show me the evidence. Show me something that proves that there is more than 1 of me. Okay. What item could I possibly have that could prove there's 2 of her? What do I have? It can't be the sketch. The sketch seems silly. Victim staff, Shichishito. Has the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints on it, but it's not the murder weapon. Would it be the magazine? There's not been, I don't think that there's really been an instance that we've used the magazine, but I can't. Also, don't you think it's kind of weird? I didn't think about this before. Why did she have her hood off in the magazine? Is it on purpose to lure me in here? And I don't have a profile for Dahlia Hawthorne, so... it can't possibly be a profile. Worn by Elise Dunham, found in the garden of the Inner Temple. It couldn't be... could it be Larry's sketch? Do I have to go that crazy? Is there a possibility that Missy Faye is not actually dead? Yeah, Edgy Poo is only 26. Might not have what you need? That is quite possible. Huh, okay. Interesting though that I have the majority of everything else. Okay. Let me take a look at the locks again. This door, when I was here earlier, there was only one lock, but now there's 5 of them. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. What if Missy Faye's alive and the person that's dead is not actually Elise Dudem? That'd be weird. I don't think that's the case, though. I've never seen locks quite like these before. I have many times! Okay, we had that information from before. Can I present anything to her? The locks are far more important at this moment, wouldn't you agree? Oh yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta leave. I gotta see what's going on here. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. What other things are we gonna possibly find? Can we look through more of the rooms? Probably not. I'm probably getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break on those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth Gumshoe. Oh, that's right. Edgeworth said he wanted to talk about something, and we haven't talked to Pearls. Pearls might have the information. Okay, let's go look at the garden. Pearls, we never got a chance to talk to her because she was freaking out about Maya. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Hello, Edgeworth. You might want to relax your eyebrows a little bit. We gotta talk though. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Oh, poor baby! He's so scared! Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Sir, I think we've moved past all of this awkward stage phase of our relationship. You said you wanted to talk. Who said I was coming here to laugh at you? Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same, prideful Edgeworth. Give the boy a hug still. He might be prideful at the moment, but he's dying on the inside. I know you have a cold and you probably don't want to give it to him, but still. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes, and thanks to that I found, what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Okay, let's find out the information. Now kiss and say I missed you. Okay, Edgeworth needs a hug, a kiss on the forehead, and as Wisp says, give him a cookie. He needs to get his blood sugar back up. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder, but surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as the suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Should we ask Yunaz about the earthquake? He looks like he enjoys an oatmeal raisin cookie. Yes, I feel like he would. Like grandma traditional oatmeal raisin cookie. So I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. It's a little insensitive to the way to say it. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little kids, or little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Tiny child. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. You know, for him going through so much trauma, he's dealing with this pretty well, because most people would be hyperventilating on the floor. I lost everything that day, all because of that quake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. Well, what? Sir, you were raised by the most villainous character in the game. Your 17 years after that were filled with probably gaslighting, horror, horrible discipline as a child. I don't think that anybody could get over that. I'm sorry, Wright, there's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? Say it out loud! He needs to hear it, not for you to whisper it. Butthole. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. I hate you! Seriously, why? At this point, I swear to goodness that I am not part of the general public. I'm sure if he said it, Edgeworth would not let him live it down. I'll be screaming more inside. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hasakura Temple. Dahlia Hawthorne! This fits perfectly. And you saying she's the daughter of a jewelry store owner, I already know. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Your own judgment of thinking that this is a no is the whole reason why I came here. I saw the picture on the magazine. I saw somebody who looked like Dahlia Hawthorne. This is why I came in the first place, you butt. Unrelated. Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. I hate that it's bolded in red, but I know it's not true. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Ah, gosh. So maybe I have to find the evidence first and also bring it to Edgeworth. Can I present the magazine to you? God dang it. What do you think about this, Edgeworth? Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney, I'm a prosecutor. It wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. You would like that, wouldn't you? But you were acting for the defense in trial today. Why do you have to be so uncooperative? Okay. Okie dokie. Let's examine the area again. I suppose you've noticed that Maya's name is written on this lantern. It's pretty hard to miss, you know. It's written in Miss Dunham's blood. She was probably forced against the lantern. Up against the lantern? I read that too quickly. Then with her back against the lantern, she wrote that name with her finger. I don't know about that. That's why it's written upside down. You think the victim wrote this herself? Isn't that the obvious conclusion? But why would she write Maya's name? And upside down for the fact. I don't think that's something I want to discuss with you. Can you tell him about her being a fae? Maybe? Maybe? Another victim we know nothing about, same as always. I hope you'll tell me if you know something about our mystery woman, right? I know that Elise Dunham was no ordinary visitor to the temple, but her true identity could be a useful weapon for the defense. And I can't give that away just like that. But I mean, it's not like he's the one prosecuting. Okay. Let's see. See, this is why they can't get together properly, because they don't know how to communicate. It's always prosecutor this, defense attorney that. Can I show you this one? No, because you don't like to talk at all. Okay, I'm moving on. We gotta go to talk to Pearl. Nobody wants to talk to me. Like, talk to me properly. There's no communication. Dusky Bridge. It's weird that there's no one around here all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own, especially during winter, where every sound is soaked up by the snow. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just past or down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe that'll lift my spirits. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Pearl! Thank you. I need to talk with you, Pearl. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing? What about Miss Maya? Is she alright? Pearl, you gotta talk to me. Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser shack where losers get together to lose themselves. Pearl's not a loser compared to you, Larry. And I say that wholeheartedly. Larry's the only person I would properly bully. in a lovingly way. This is what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lorice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. You are not feeding Pearls half-rotten potatoes. I forbid it. Just stay out of her way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. You stop feeding Pearl nonsense. Oh, Mystic Maya. I don't trust you to take care of children properly, Larry. Oh, I gotta put my desk down a little bit more. This guy shouldn't be around children. He's a bad influence. Okay, Pearls. We gotta talk. Lori's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Oh, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. I'm taking Pearl home. You can stay here and freeze to death in the shack for all I care. What am I gonna do with him? All right, then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. Over fire? Oh, Pearl. I know Pearl is not like... Sometimes Pearl is not all there either, but Pearl is definitely better than Larry. Larry has put everybody through so much crap that I have no sympathy. He does nothing to better himself. He does nothing to help better others. He is constantly chasing ladies that do not want him. He is a absolute butt of a butt. His namesake is perfect for him. He's been a butt since childhood. Peach holding Pearl's pointing a gun at Larry saying, "You don't go near my baby ever again." Exactly. I would do that for Pearls. Pearls may be weird, but she's weird because she's a child. Larry is a grown adult. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Lorice. Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It's exactly like the picture in the picture I drew. Yeah, Pearls has definitely had a hard time, but Pearls makes the most of it. Pearl is a good girl. She does everything in her power to be good. She may be a little shipping crazy, but Win is not most like children and teenagers at some point. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. What's with the look of doubt on your face? You want to know something crazy? Tell me. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? Yeah, Larry is telling some form of truth because he did see something. And if we're going off of the theory that there's 2 irises, then his drawing is plausible. Because they were trying to, I guess, coordinate, kind of. So I am horribly confused, like I have been since the beginning. But there is always a sense of truth in every single piece of evidence that I have. Whether or not you think that it's like the actual truth that comes out of these items. Because all of these pieces of evidence can be used for various different things, and not all of them for the same reason why you got the item. He's not a liar, but he's a magnet for trouble. He can be a liar. That's the thing. He is a perpetual liar. But in this case, he's telling the truth, but because he's a perpetual liar, it's hard to tell the difference. I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be with, in Miss Dunham's room, right? God. You were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oh, this is a first. Pearls. Pearls! It could be nothing, honey. I've been a bad girl, that's why I'm being punished. Did somebody tell you that, or is that what you think? Because I think you're wrong. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. How? What? Her powers have disappeared? Excuse me? Who sapped you of your powers? What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? No, sir, you can paint. That's just your own insecurities that makes you think I'm looking at you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the perspective that Larry was looking at the was initially down here before he got up to the bridge itself, so he did see things up there first. Or from down here at the Heavenly Hall first. Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Oh. Oh. Did you try... Honey, did you try to channel Ms. Dunham? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. Shut up, Larry. I'm trying to figure things out. That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her cyclops to get the truth out of her. Baby girl! It's okay. None of this is your fault. I'm pretty sure, honey. Yeah, him looking up the bridge. Yep. Okay, I might not have all the pieces. Oh, why am I saving a third time? I might not have all the pieces of evidence, but let's see how far I can get. Sweetie baby, honey! It's okay! Okay, what this could be is she could also have had the orb. Maybe she's the one that dropped the orb of the snow. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room reading a book together, right? Correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go. No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. Oh, dude. Yeah, Mystic Maya, of course. I don't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? The Inner Temple, I think. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... It has to be Maya. There's no other person other than Maya. It's obvious why you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Oh. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Yeah, because she's the one that booked the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Wow. The one time Peach wants to borrow Von Karma's whip and use it on Larry. I don't think that would go that far about using the whip on Larry, but... The river's right there. That's all I'll say. If he's a bad influence on Pearls, I'm taking action. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? Because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? That's worse. Of course it's worse. See, I don't need the whip. I don't need the whip at all. Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. Oh. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Isn't it just because Maya was going to start the training at 10, so that's why she was so worried about hearing the bell at 10? Dark Magician, Mom. Please don't let the intrusive thoughts win. See, the thoughts are not intrusive when somebody is being a butthole to a child. Thoughts are not intrusive at all. It's action. Let's see. Because of this. So it was snowing at the time that she would have been running around too. I think I know why the reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this.
Hi, baby girl. Hello, lady.
Your brother's in here too. I have both cats.
Hi. Hello.
I have both cats in the room now. Bings is laying on the bed and Emily has just shuffled underneath. Aw. Rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. See, that's not it. It shouldn't be it. What piece of evidence am I supposed to be giving? The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. Maybe I don't have the thing for it either. Okay, let's back out of this for now. And I guess we'll also go talk to Bikini. I wonder if I can show her the talisman. Pearls? It's no good. She's in no condition to look at anything for me right now. So I can't show anybody anything either. Okay, let's go. Let's go talk to Sister Bikini. Hi, Dio. Yeah, I mean, usually the items are pretty straightforward about what you're supposed to give to them, unless it's like sometimes kind of like extra weird. But we'll see how this goes, because I think I have to talk to all of them and then look around various areas to find random other pieces of evidence. I don't think you told me about your funny dream. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. That Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh, God. Okay, main hall. Oh, she's... is your back acting up, or did something happen to Gumshoe? Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 logs that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those locks are those of the current tradition. You can't tell me that Pearls did it, because Pearls definitely couldn't. Because she wants to get Maya out, not keep her in there. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Curran disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved that she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Curran's tradition main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Kurain, and her daughters of the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Yeah, that sounds correct. In my dream, I divorced Pam before she would eat my... Wait, well, hold on. In my dream, I divorced Pam before she would rather eat Lunchables pizza over actual pizza, and for some reason, Detective Pikachu was there. You were gonna divorce Pam over Lunchables pizza over actual pizza? Oh my god. Yeah, this could be about Pearls' mom. I'm sleepy. Thanks for asking. Making more coffee. I want more coffee. I have only a smidgen of coffee left. And now none at all. I should have made myself a hot cup of coffee, but it is now 82 degrees in this room, so it's probably good that I didn't. Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? In their line, probably. Let's give it a save. Okay, current channeling technique. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mass case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The current technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago that's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Oh, it's all coming back around. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. We're going all the way back around. And then they play the song for the first game. A murder that took place 17 years ago. You know what? That actually looks kind of... Wait, hold on. Which hand? Yes. There? No? Wrong one? Ah, there you go. I tried to do it the complete opposite way. It's like, that looks like it kind of hurts with your fingers. No, that's actually really easy. Yeah, where they called Misty Faye a fraud. I can't believe this. It was the first time in the country's history the place ever used a spirit medium. Spirit medium. Wow. I don't know if that's what I said, but that's what I thought. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. How old is Phoenix? Phoenix is... I I think he's the same age as Miles Edgeworth, 26. Yeah, 25, 26. Is there Larry and Miles Edgeworth went to the same school together, so I think they're about 25, 26. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was, and the case remained a mystery. And how long was that case he was in? The case happened 2 years ago, so he was early 20s. The case itself was 17 years ago. Same time frame that Edgeworth received his trauma and lost a parent. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the current tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Curran Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't, and since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Curran tradition is starting to recover at last. Well, with a new master wielding the power of the clan, does she mean Maya? Yeah, the DL6 incident was the murder of his father. That is correct. God, it's been so long since we started this game that I have slightly glossed over certain tidbits of information. No, Phoenix was not on the case 17 years ago, but he was the one that cleared it up 2 years ago. Hello, hello. Family Feud. The spiritual power of the current channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. Yeah, he solved it 15 years later. So basically, in the current time frame, it was 2 years ago that he took on that case and exposed it to the light. Exposed the truth. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami, but with each new generation, only $1 $1 one daughter becomes the new master. $1. Oh my god. The ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course, she became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. I'll become head of the family for $1. Yeah, but do you feel like it's actually worth $1 if your life is on the line on a constant? Has the Peach Dictionary on standby by the Dodgers. Was she Dodgers the bullet this time? I would love to keep like a notepad of your autocorrects. You have my dictionary and I have a notepad. Oh my god, it is like Dodgers. Darge and Brinkles so far has been my two big dyslexia blunders. Oh my goodness. Lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Missy Faye had an elder sister, too. Ah. And Missy, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Missy's sister is Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. What game is this, if you don't mind me asking? It is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This one is the third in the trilogy for Trials and Tribulations.
Emily! Baby girl! Hi! Come up on the bed! Come on! Up, up! Up, up! Up, up!
What, are you mad because your brother's up here?
Up, up, silly girl! Come on! Come on!
She's just sitting at the edge of the bed, just looking at me.
You don't want to come up? We can cuddle. I can give you pets. Come on.
She keeps, like, flicking her eyes at the end of the bed because she knows her brother is laying right here. It's like she doesn't want to breathe his air.
Come on, silly. Come on.
Okay, fine. You can stay on the floor. This game makes you will make you embrace your inner detective. It really does. It at the same time makes you feel like a genius detective, and then like a second later will make you feel like your brain is a rock. Morgan, that's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Curran Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I really forgot about her. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must already realize that Iris... Wait, hold on, huh? Wait, what? Hmm? Wait a second. Huh? That Iris is... Excuse me? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter? You gotta be lying to me right now. Huh? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's... What? I'm sorry, that was probably way too loud in your ears. Excuse me? Huh? Is it possible for my brain to bleed more than this? Is it even possible that this game can make my brain hurt more than it already has? Are you serious? What the fuck? Okay. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. Oops? What do you mean, oops? Sorry, I should calm down. Wait, what do you mean, oopsie poopsie? I'm losing my mind. What the Oh, there's so much left to this case too. You can't do this to me. Okay, Wiz, we already know that Morgan Faye's daughter is Pearl Faye, right? Well, frickin' Sister Bikini has just dumped the biggest plot twist I've ever seen in an Ace Attorney game so far. And she just said Iris is her daughter. What?
Wait, do you want out? Yes?
Hold on, I gotta let the queen out of her throne room. I gotta process. I gotta go touch cat belly. 1 second. I gotta go get the belly tax, and then I'll let her free. 1 moment. I'm so confused. Ah!
Yes, hold on. I'll give you freedom. Wait a second.
A crisis. My brain's bleeding. Oh, not my tissue box. No.
I'm having a crisis.
My brain's bleeding. I don't want to wash my brain. I will say that my room is getting kind of toasty, so I have to adjust some things. Why? Why is this happening to me? Ah! Ah! Oh my goodness. If you, also side note, if you have one of those like insulated cups that you kind of hate putting through the dishwasher because it kind of gets rid of the insulatedness of the cup, even though they say these cups are dishwasher safe, it's gonna peel like its outer coating off at some point. Just get a bottle of something and just like sit it right into the cup. It stays cold. And then you don't have to wash it because it's a bottle in a cup. My brain is bleeding. Pearl is 9. This woman's 25, the same age as like Loris and Phoenix and Edgeworth. Just has her having a sister ever like come up in conversation? That's high-key big brain. Yeah. I have, I don't know. I've talked about it before, but I don't know if you guys know the brand Bai. It's like an electrolyte drink. Electrolytes, antioxidant drink. This one's coconut pineapple. And I just have the cup or the bottle sitting inside of the insulated cup, and it stays cold for a long time. This is more devastating for you in a video game. Like, that's one time there was a second phase that... Oh yeah, of the Titan Pokemon Scarlet. I feel betrayed right now. Hi, Grima. Are we taking breaks while finishing this game? I haven't taken a break yet, but we're only about an hour in. But I will take breaks because I have no idea how long this last bit of the case is gonna be. Supposedly this whole gate or this whole section or this case is supposed to be 9.5 hours, but we've already put like 4.5 and another like 5-hour session in, so I'm notorious for making games go a lot longer than they should, so I have no idea how long's left. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this at all. Oh. Am I ready for the next game? I have to download the Great Ace Attorney. I have to install it on Steam. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's... What do you mean you don't know who Pearl is? What the heck? My brain hurts. How do you know about Iris, but you don't know about Pearl? Pearl is 9 years old. And very much a channeling prodigy, as it says in her profile. She has some really strong channeling powers. How can you not know? If Morgan was really wanting to take over the head, or to take over as head of the village, or get Pearl to do it, you would think that she would definitely be bragging about Pearl all the time. Oh yeah, Pearl was... Oh, that is true that Pearl was kept isolated in the village. God. That is true. That is true. I'm so sorry. I forgot that she was isolated in the village, and that's the reason why she doesn't know about a lot of things in the world. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Holy crap. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see, so I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not... You can't do this to me! You can't keep doing this to me. Well, that confirms the theory of the twins, I guess. Oh my god, my head. Sister Bikini just bringing in all the plot twists now. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Yes! I called it! I called this earlier. Before we even got to the point where she was in 2 places at once, I called it. Called it. Oh, you didn't know it all happened 20 years ago? Oh, you didn't know? Just 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Curran's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Did he get remarried and that's how Dahlia could... Oh, awful. He was a jeweler. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and then that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. Why? For what reason? What the fudge? They became 2 totally different people. One is definitely the evil twin. Dahlia Hawthorne is the evil twin and Iris is the good one. Oh my god. Yeah, evil is in the blood, right? Yes, she got the evil blood of her mother. I'm guessing the father wasn't all that great either, so what the heck? Iris got the good end of the stick. Probably to protect her from Morgan. But she supposedly doesn't have any, oh. If she doesn't have any spiritual powers, what if there's a possibility that, just like how Pearl right now doesn't have any channeling power, what if something is preventing these powers? What if Iris actually has channeling powers and it's being hidden? Oh. Now, Peach, I know you hate drinking water, but drink some before you pass out. Sorry, I'm getting too worked up over this. I know that we made a lot of like speculations earlier that are kind of true right now. I'm still very much worked up. Oh God. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris is a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? Iris and Dahlia. Iris and Dahlia. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. That's all I need. That is absolutely all I need. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. You're stupid. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? Such an awful way to have children. Awful reasons. Are you wanting me to... I'll get... I have an electrolyte drink. It's the same thing. I'm getting like hydration from this too. I will have extra water later. Oh. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris is a twin sister. The plot thickens. You already know who she is. Just say it out loud. But this information will be useless unless I can flush it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Oh. Okay. Holy monkey. Oh my god. Please tell me what's going to happen to poor Iris. If she's found to be guilty, I wouldn't accept it. But your testimony, Sister Bikini. I can't help my testimony. I saw what I saw. Okay. So how is Dahlia out of jail, though? That's the question. Oh my god! She has a mustache. Oh, Gumshoe? Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Hello, Gumshoe. I love that his eyebrows are kind of going slightly in tune with the song. No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Crane. Whoop, I love my job. Oh my god, he's so cute. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. Investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Are you learning from Francisca von Karma with the foolish, foolish fool and fool? Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. He's so adorable. I would never have guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Oh my goodness. Every case is... I know what tune it's going to now. Every case is gonna be airtight. Oh, I could drink some water. Why does he have to be so cute? Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait, are you listening to like a little radio or are you humming the tune yourself? You're so cute. Hey pal, huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? Just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. What if the real murder weapon is like the skis on the side here? I doubt it, though. Maybe? I don't know. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. I would like to see. Praise the VTuber god Peach during some water. I do drink water! Stop being a bully! Stop bullying me! I do drink water! I just don't always drink water on stream! Okay, the investigation. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. He's grown so much. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What, you mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in the sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. Didn't we have this situation before where somebody wrote the name... I don't even remember whose name they wrote down. They wrote down the name in blood, but it was written after the person died. Ugh. Yeah, people need to not be throwing away evidence or trying to tamper with evidence. Also, I wish that I kept the blackmail letter, not blackmail love letter. We're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godo. Godo? What did he mean by that? We already know what he means by that. He wants to turn everything on its head. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Be careful. Once night should be there. As soon as you out Belle, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Oh, no, this is... No, sir, I need this. Hand it over. Burnt up old letter. Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. Give it! Give it! I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Yeah, the incinerator was used and I need it. I need it. Give me the letter. Hand it over. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Yes, yes, I do. Give it. Give it over. Hand it. Give it. Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. Oh, the prosecutor's gonna be mad at you, sir. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Little do you know. Little do you know, Gumshoe. You have just given me a ticket. Thank you, Gumshoe. This is relevant information for me. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Can I read? Okay, be careful. Once nightfall should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Oh. Her name is, she is our whole. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the, also make, tell anyone about this letter. Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh, Gumshoe. Oh, Gumshoe, the prosecutors could be so mad at you. Thank you, Gumshoe, for the lovely piece of evidence. I better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Oh my god, so they channeled... This is interesting. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done, pal. Littering's a crime. Thank you, Gumshoe. Edgeworth, Francisca, and Goder are gonna jump in. I mean... There's times like this where I wonder how Gumshoe became a detective. But I mean, he does do good things as a detective. But at times like these, I wonder where his brain is at the time. Gumshoe is a cinnamon roll too pure naive for this world. He needs to have a different job, I feel. He would be so much better in a different environment than the police department. And he probably wouldn't have his salary deducted on who knows how many occasions. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shijishito that was found impaled on the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. You know what? I'm having a different kind of sneaking suspicion as well. I'm kind of scared. I'm not going to say it out loud just yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion about something. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, is it tiring work, but let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Okay. What if the person that is currently dead not actually Misty? Or maybe it is Mystic Misty, but that person not technically Mystic Misty? I'm scared. Say it, Peach, if you were right, you get a gold star. Yeah, what if there's a possibility that if there's a possibility that one of if Dahlia or let's say Iris actually does have spiritual power, unfortunately it is. See, that would be a neat idea though with the message that we just got. That like, what if the body isn't actually Mystic Misty due to the fact that they haven't really showed us the face of the body. Like, it's always been just on the floor. I guess because Sai says otherwise, well, I guess we'll see what happens. What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? All right. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? Oh, what if it's underneath the snow? No, I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! Metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? Did I call it in the beginning that these, like, things under the snow here were suspicious? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Yes. Play forensics expert. I also want to save. Great Ace Attorney. Next Phoenix Wright game. If anyone calls it first, get a golden star point. Time to play forensics. Come on, pal. It's good fun. I'm telling you. All right, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute most advanced gadget is it's a metal detector. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high tech you could even you could skydive off it, sir. Oh, brother. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. Hello. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Channeling Winnie the Pooh. Hey, why are you talking so fast? I need to be able to press my own buttons. That's fine. The metal detector is very straightforward. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? You see, when I said that these looked weird and that I couldn't touch them, there's sometimes unconscious intuition I have in this game. Looks like there's something buried in the ground, or something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? A bear trap? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one. Why is there a bear trap? No, I probably know why there's a bear trap because we're up in the mountains. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. He got his finger trapped in a mouse trap. I'm not sure I know how to respond to your to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Oh my god. Is it this one? This must be an old panhandle or something. How did you know that? Huh, what? That was my nickname in junior high. What, panhandle? I didn't have much money back then, pal. I used to bum stuff off the other kids sometimes, so they called me... Oh my god. That's not a great nickname to have in school. Panhandler, huh? I can see that. I really need to take Gumshoe out for food. Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now. This looks like a wallet? Ah, that's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bill on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Where do you put the money, sir? Or lack thereof? Yeah, Gumshoe needs to be taking grocery shopping. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Hey, what? So they weren't originally, like, completely suspicious? That Suchi Shito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Probably a better, more, like, well-secured life of a salary. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. I think you need to be something other than anything police-related, Gumshoe. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Okay, what about here? That's odd. The sled's made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Was that slide up against the thing before? I don't remember. What's this? A badge. Aha, I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That's... Oh my god, do you just drop everything? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. Is badges not made of metal? Freaking Gumshoe. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know, I bet it's I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Gumshoe, I love you, but do you actually... How long is your work shift? Do you actually work while you're on your work shift? For the most part? It's just a pair of skis, nothing useful for our case here. I'm actually pretty good on the skis, you know, pal. I just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Do you ever change your clothing? I had no idea. How good are you then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. That's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what I'm best at? Baking mashed potatoes and gravy. I bet, sir. This guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We better get back to the investigation. Oh my god. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce, and that's cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Sir, you just overlooked like a crucial piece of evidence. I think you need to look at the smaller details. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's all. That's advice from a pro, pal. Last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Doesn't look like anything's here. Hey, pal, all you gotta do is watch the detector and let it tell you what's where, okay? Why are you getting so mad at me? Calm down. Not be mean to me. Why the heck is this showing up as metal? Why is this showing up as metal? This is Ms. Dunham's staff, isn't it? Is there a sword in the... Oh my god, there's a sword in the staff. It's Lucius Malfoy. Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. The metal detector is going off, you moron. Gumshoe, I love you, but why? Is it actually the altitude? Is your brain just like the pressure is too much for you? Or maybe it's because he hasn't eaten today. Oh my god. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the crack. Oh, the top is coming off. Look at what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Gumshoe, I need you to calm down and I need you to zip it. Oh, that looks so cool. The metal detector hath spoken, sir. It hath spoken. That's a sword. It's clean. Inside the staff. Could it be the murder weapon? Ooh. Oh. I just looked over and the door was open. I think they were trying to let Emily back in, but she doesn't actually want back into the room. Goodness. This cat. I swear. My god. I love that the staff has a sword in it. Bloodborne. Bloodborne cane. I never guessed that there would be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. You see, I feel like Gumshoe should be like a carpenter. Or like work into building houses or like anything crafting wise with wood. I think he would live such a better life. He'd be wealthy enough to get by. Or even just really wealthy because craftsmanship. I mean, look how he built the bridge. Give this man a different kind of knife so he can whittle down wood and make statues. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. I love his eyebrows. His eyebrows are so expressive, in addition to how expressive his yelling form is. Yeah, he would make a great handyman too. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? See, that's the thing. Because we know that the crystal was dropped along the way. So, did somebody clean up this? Did the snow clean up the staff? Huh. Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. I have 2 pieces of evidence then that is very much something that the prosecutors won't have this time if Gumshoe doesn't say anything. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? Oh, that's so devious, Phoenix. No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. No, keep it a secret. Goodness. Keep it a secret. I thought you were gonna be devious. You're just being stupid now. Of course, this thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of the blood has been wiped off. See you later, pal. every case, it's gonna be airtight. I mean, we already know that it technically... Yeah, Phoenix is still suffering from a severe cold at this point. I'm surprised he hasn't coughed since, but has his fever gone down? We already know that this crystal sphere came from the staff and has the victim's blood on it. Or no, actually, we haven't established the blood, did we? We haven't established whose blood it is on the crystal. So it means that whatever we're finding in the forensics about the... Or maybe he's not going to find anything and then we're going to have to use the crystal for forensics. Maybe? Maybe. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? Oh? Ha. Ha. Okay. If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. Understands. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it, right? You got it. Okay, now, you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Aw, he wants to take me to get pasta. How about if you take me to get pasta, I'll take you to get desserts equivalent of the price of the pasta. Can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Well, she was accused of many things 17 years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if she was using it for self-defense. Goodness. Okay. Okie dokie. Now we can go off some more evidence that we have. Yeah, in case you ran into a demon. Gumshoe always spills the beans, so it's gonna happen sooner or later. Do I have to keep it in between just me and Gumshoe? Can I show you this? I was wondering about this. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, yeah. Is there nothing else I can talk to him about before I leave? I don't know if this is all the evidence I need to get through the rest of this stuff, though. Maybe the burnt letter might be for Pearl. Okay. Main hall. Move on. Oh, yeah, that might be. We might be able to talk to Edgeworth again. Oh, because we have the profile of the jeweler. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Yeah. You're on the right track. Hello, my good sir. I have things to talk with you about, and I'm gonna save right beforehand. Present. Profiles. Jeweler daughter Dahlia. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I might know who this twin sister of hers is. You don't say! You don't say! Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Wow! Same hairstyle and everything. Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Oh my goodness! Dahlia Hawthorne. See, what the heck was his case about, and how many deaths does she have on her record? As much as I love Ace Attorney games, it is killer on your vocal cords. Ah, so much dialogue. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. It sounds familiar. Yeah, Terry. You're talking about Terry Fallis, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, at least like 4 or 5. I checked on one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Fallis conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. This is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Fallis died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne... Oh! I thought she was in jail! She's dead? Oh my... That's... Is that who she's channeling? Is she channeling Did she channel Dahlia Hawthorne? Oh! 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 It's not a mod, but there was a streamer who used something like a hookup, like a Google Translate text-to-speech kind of thing. What? Oh, yeah. I know. I see what you mean. Like having the dialogue and then doing text-to-speech. Featuring and Michael Jackson impression. That was not intentional. What the heck? Oh my god. Why? This case is throwing me loop after loop after loop. It's making me dizzy. Oh my goodness. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of of interest only to historians, so to speak. What? Hmm? What do you mean my Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Yeah? I remember her dying. Dahlia Hawthorne was... Oh. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. God, little did she know she was a Fey. Mia Fey. Oh? Oh my god. At that time, Dahlia... It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month? Oh! Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. Oh! But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. The current channeling technique, I feel like, kind of begs to differ just a smidge. It doesn't really revive them, but you know. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. I don't think it ever stipulated that she was executed. It doesn't ever say the sentence of what was, oh my god. Is that why Pearl couldn't channel, because someone else was channeling Dahlia? Maybe? What the heck? There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. What is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne, or Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. Mother? Oh, God, excuse me. I'm so... What is happening to me? Holy crap. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the current channeling technique. Did you say current channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Oh, my God. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. I thought we already put this to light. I thought we already put this all behind us. Plot is more thick than a bowl of oatmeal. It's only getting thicker. Somebody microwaved the oatmeal for a little bit too long. That thing is cement now. Oh. Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the current channeling technique is real. Holy monkey! Save. Oh my good God. I can't... Holy crap. Okay. Now I think that we can go to... Now I think we can go back to Pearl. I think they still have the dinosaur oatmeal, the dinosaur egg oatmeal. I haven't had it recently, but I know I've had it within, like, the last couple years. Just because I was curious about the taste. If it changed at all. Okay, where's Pearl? February 9th, Heavenly Hall. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. I suppose I'll have to check back later. Why? Pearl! Okay. Does that mean I have to go back to the... Okay, Inner Temple. And this is the training hall. Let's see. I might be able to do this. I might be able to do this now because I have now established Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh my god. Yeah, the dinosaur egg oatmeal. Because it's like the little... You have the packet of oatmeal and then the packet of dinosaur eggs, and then you put it into the oatmeal, and then you can discover dinosaurs. Save. Once more. And now we present the Magatama and see if we can get through this. Because Pearl is nowhere to be seen. You are the second best person that I could be talking to right now. I'm your father's mother's uncle cousin once removed. What is happening in this family? Okay, I think it's time you told us the truth about what you were doing that night. So hopefully I remember all of this. Do you still claim that to be true? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me to, yeah, but I can't. Because the person you saw somewhere else on the night... Or this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder in this bikini! I'm your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. Kinder eggs. They have a different form of Kinder eggs here. It's like a half Kinder egg, and then or half Kinder egg, half toy is what it is. And I think the original Kinder is still in Canada, probably. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and return to Hazakura Temple. Speaking of 90s food, have you seen the new versions of Applejacks and Trix characters? No, I haven't, actually. I don't like usually what they've done with the mascot, like the old mascot character design, and kind of make it into that more funky, modern animation style. I don't like it. I feel like they've butchered some of the characters with the designs that they choose usually. Okay. You were at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual trainings was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40, I think. Which is a lie! And we use the hood for the lie. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when... That's why Pearls wasn't with... That is why Pearls wasn't with, what's her face? With Misty Faye. It's because she was channeling Dahlia. I think we established that a moment ago, but I'm also letting that sink in. That's why nobody could find... That's why nobody could find Pearl. Because she was channeling Dahlia at the time. Maybe? Maybe? Okay. Because I wonder if there was a possibility that were both of them trying to channel her at the same time? I don't know. No, because she said she tried to channel that night but couldn't, remember? Then is it Iris that was channeling Dahlia? And that's why at the time Iris was acting different when she was giving me the hood? Yeah, I don't know if it would... with the note that we have here from the incinerator, I guess we could establish that Dahlia, or Iris channeled Dahlia. Because if Dahlia was possessing her, then could Misty be channeling her? I don't know. We'll find out in due time. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent... Yeah, there was 2 of you. We established that, and then we established Dahlia. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest that there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves that there is more than 1 of me. I got the profile now of Dahlia Hawthorne. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. Perhaps. That's right, Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the current channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit and you knew about it. That's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ha! Making headway! Unlock successful! The night of the crime. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I suspected, the iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. So how do we blame a ghost, like legally speaking? I have no idea at this point, but I guess we have to create some sort of logical aspect and I guess pin it on somebody specific. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. That's not true. Excuse me. And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. Ah, I see. It's this kind of guilt. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? Betrayal. You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? Hmm? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. Hmm? My God, I got that weird feeling in the back of my throat. 1 second. Maybe I need to blow my nose. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my mic. Oh my God. I don't think that really helped that much, but I mean, hopefully it knocks something loose. We had courtroom cases with whips, coffee, crazy old ladies who flirt with with younger men. It wouldn't be hard to blame a ghost. I mean, yes, but also, how the heck am I gonna put a ghost in jail? I don't think that's possible. How can I find a guilty verdict on a ghost? Okay, so how exactly is this your fault? You wanna give details? It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. I should have seen this coming. With the fact that she was at the temple since she was young. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. It was revenge on her father. Ah, okay. Now if she was possessed, would she technically have to arrest the possessed person? That's a different story. That'd be a whole different kit and caboodle. Still sounds weird to me that they let people without spiritual power do spiritual training. I think she originally had spiritual power. But we'll figure that out as the story progresses, I guess. It was a revenge on her father. Revenge? I don't know, taking them away from the mother, I guess? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Maybe? Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fae family. I mean, he did abandon her and took the daughters with him. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. I see. Yeah, the father wasn't a great person. Yeah, we haven't established the outfit on a string thing yet, but we have established that there is two. There's twins of Dahlia Hawthorne and Iris, and their mother is Morgan Faye, who is also the mother of Pearls. Yeah, it's a whole thick oatmeal of a plot. I mean, the current text on the wall at Maya's house was like, get money, so they probably don't care if you have or don't have powers. Well, I think at that point they do care about the powers, because the powers is what gets them to be the head of the family. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Kurain. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master mystic, Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. What about Dahlia? What? And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. So are we saying that Dahlia put up these cyclocks then? On the door? Iris, there's just one more thing that I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Why does he even want to know? It's already in the past. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Oh. Hurry up, Phoenix, right? There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll promise, I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Cyclock. Yeah, what the heck does Pearls know about all of this? Back to the temple. Back to Heavenly Hall. Yeah, I'm still skeptical about how good or bad Iris is, but we'll keep this. We'll keep moving on. We'll keep moving on. Because I don't think that there's much I could do about this. For now. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in the front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them off. I hate that you have fed Pearls half-rotten potatoes. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Okay, Pearl, time to confess. I'm sure you didn't do anything wrong. You are but a small child of 9 years of age. I have a suspicion that we just talked to the devil somehow. I wonder about that. If she's still channeling Dahlia, it would be very, very weird. But I don't think that's the case. I think someone else channeled her. There's no way, because they have to be in two places at the same time. So someone specific was channeling Dahlia. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go. Yeah, the first one is worrying about Maya. The inner temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like they're still not, or she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you're so worried, right? And the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess and you can tell me if I'm wrong, right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... Maya! It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. Gonna skip that dialogue? Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Now we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. Oh, let me fix the audio. I can hear the Rice Krispie treats. Oop. Yeah. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10, how did you know it was, what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple's bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. I still don't know exactly. Is it the burnt letter? Yeah, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her. Oh, yes, it would be this one. Because Pearls would have been able to read the entirety of the letter before it was burned, probably. So that's why she was trying to channel somebody, but made a mistake. So it's because of the burnt letter, because this is the only other bit of, like, funky evidence that talks about the bell tower. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? Oh? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Oh! Where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls. Were you following the instructions in this letter or you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. Oh, Pearls! Pearls, why were you helping? Or maybe she just didn't know because she wasn't given a lot of information. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls has been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... I'm going to say Dahlia Hawthorne. Because for Iris to say that Dahlia knows everything and makes all the right decisions, in the letter it says that she'll know what to do, so I'm gonna say Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I'd never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. So they used their 9-year-old sister as a pawn. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. Wait. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Why would... Because she said she'd do anything for Dunham, right? Why? Why would Misty Faye give her instructions to channel Dahlia Hawthorne? I'm so dumb. I had a banana in my mouth and a juice box and my phone in my hands. The banana fell and I chose to save the banana by juggling the phone. Oh, I mean, it's easier to clean up, like going to pick up your phone than it is to, cleaning up juice on the floor. Especially if it's carpeted. I don't know how I feel that at least Dunham, who is Misty Faye, gave her these instructions. Why? Why would this be the case? This is the only person that she would really take other than Maya. Oh dear. Okay. This is the person who wrote the instructions, isn't it, Pearls? You must have had a lot of faith in them to follow their instructions to a T. I had a lot of faith in you, Mr. Nick. Oh, thanks. But I don't think I could trust you any- Oh, I messed up. Wow. What the heck? What? Then could it have been? See, why would she? I'm gonna have to say Iris then. Ouch. Pearls sure could be blunt when she wants to be. All right, now think. Someone who Pearls would trust, no questions asked. There can't be many candidates for that post. Whoever it was, who would? Are you telling me that Maya gave it to her? Why? The heck? How is this even possible? No, it's not even Maya. Eh? But I don't see her trusting Sister Bikini to a T unless she gave information to Pearl, but I don't think she would have given information to Pearl because Pearl didn't even know that they were sisters. Or she didn't know Pearl was Morgan's daughter. Why? Several times now they're trying to let the cat in, but she doesn't want to go into the room. It's I don't know why this time. She's being so stubborn. I'm confused. Would it have been Iris then? For her to like do something without questioning it, but she only met Iris today. It's not Elise Dudum and it's not Maya. Not Mia. Definitely not Mia. Did she say that Pearl is a good girl who listens too? There's no way it's Larry. Absolutely no way it's Larry. I guess process of elimination at this point. Bikini? You must have had a lot of faith in them to follow their instructions to a T. I've made horrible mistakes. Wow, if you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Please calm down, clutch your thoughts, and try again. I've made too many mistakes. Okay, let's do a load. Gotta do that all again. So I guess it's just Iris then? Who else? It's just a process of elimination for this. Because there's only a few people that she would have listened to a T. But I guess I gotta try Iris now. I'm just gonna skip through this dialogue. Wow. Maybe Iris told her about being the daughter of Morgan Fay. I don't know. I don't know. And then we use the note for that. Ba-da-ba-da-boo. Got that. And then it was supposed to be channeling Dahlia's spirit. I'm surprised to have to go this far back with your need to save every 5 seconds. Yeah, it's I can't save when I'm giving the interrogation with the Magatama. I have to do it right beforehand, and then I have to do it all from the beginning. And she doesn't know about anything about Dahlia. About the instructions, who wrote them. Whoever it was that asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of, you must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question, so here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? Now there's only really 2 ideas that I can have, because it's not Dunham, it's not Maya, and it's not Sister Bikini. So it's either Iris or... I don't see how her mother could give her information either. It's not her either. Who the fuck? And I'm definitely gonna have to say it's the mother. How is this even possible? If she's in solitary confinement. Oversaving can be dangerous. I saw one get soft locked in GFA because they saved in the middle of a 2-step resentment and their penalty gauge was at the last meter. Oh, that sucks. I try to save more so in the questioning stage. I have made a few mistakes about saving in certain places, but I haven't messed up anything due to that. And sometimes if I feel like it's going to be a bad time, I save in a different file. But I usually save like well beforehand. But she's in solitary confinement. I guess I could just make a guess. Because I don't see how. But I guess we could try. Pearls, I have to wonder about... Oh my god. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Yeah, because she was the only one other than Bikini that would like truly know. I mean, other than Misty Fay. But why? How? Oh, Pearls. Can't believe her. I hate her mother so much. I forget which game they changed it so that if you game over, you can resume from the testimony with a fresh gauge. It might have been Dual Destinies. I can't recall, to be honest. there's a lot that you can do in other Ace Attorney games. And I would assume maybe Dual Destinies. All right, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Honey, you're 9. You shouldn't be involved in this shenanigans of your parents and your older siblings. You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Pearl. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence than one more thing should do it. All right, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Okay, hold on a second. Be careful once night falls. Should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our... The Whole. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... Also make... Tell anyone about this letter. Gravely... Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Child was supposed to burn the scroll, but she poured gravy on it. Oh my god. Honey. Sweetie baby. Oh my god, honey. Well, solitary is not something you do for the whole duration of your prison sentence. That is true. I guess she visits her mother every once in a while. Mother should have been more specific with her 9-year-old. She poured gravy on the hanging scroll. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Oh. What? Why would I do something like that? Coup de gravy. Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Well, you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Ms. Dunim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Well, really, I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It's a... Oh! She did! It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh! Sure, Miss Dunim taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you was what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing and I couldn't even do it right. Honey, you're 9! You're 9! You're a 9-year-old child and your parents are... Your parent is trying to get you to do something horrible. Oh my god. Pearls is innocent. She doesn't know what's going on. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. A gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I'm sure it was the master of Kurin like it said in the letter. I see, and then... Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. The garden? Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Girls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I was asleep waiting for Irish too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Nisky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Oh, baby. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. That's because you're a butthole. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. I almost said lady. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. See, that's... Maybe due to Missy Face seeing... But then that doesn't make sense about the courtyard. We can say that Missy Face saw the letter, but... Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Oh. Maybe Morgan knew she wouldn't understand that part about the fires of Hades and that was for the devil? For Dahlia? Maybe. I don't think so. Well, maybe, actually. Hold on. It could have been for Dahlia. Iris channeling Dahlia since she didn't have her hood. I don't know. There's so many inconsistent bits here, but I guess it'll all make sense in the end. But my brain hurts so much. Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Oh, God. Shut up, Larry. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Peach, I hope you better pick up that phone because I called it. Someone else channeled the spirit. This. Why do I keep trying to say spirit? It's spirit. What the heck? Spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Maybe it's because of Dahlia. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. You know what? Let's go ahead and save in the other file too. Keep it up to date. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. Oh my god, how can you predict this so much? I guess maybe she's having other lackeys do work for her outside of jail. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. Hate the mom. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. The Pearl, poor naive Pearl! I can't believe her mother used her this way. I mean, Mystic Maya's a part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. She doesn't know, baby! That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. We're gonna say Misty Faye probably read it. Oh... That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Orders from Morgan Faye opened once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Baby. I would like to know what the photo looks like, but she probably doesn't even have it. Because if she was trying to channel and maybe it wasn't the right photo? What if she had a photo of Iris and not Dahlia? Yeah, but for her to say that it was opened up even before she let Misty Faye help her with the words, somebody else still read it. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha. Who? Hi, Godo. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godo? The entrance to the Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Faye isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It's your job to protect her, Trite. Just like how it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. You're such a... You need to stop projecting. I swear. I think she was trying to say that it had been opened before she saw it the first time. Yes. It was open before Pearls got her hands on it. So somebody else read it before Pearls did. Before Pearls' mother told her to go and look for the letter. God, freaking Goto, I absolutely adore that you love Mia. And I get it. I am equally as devastated because my Mia died. And I'm afraid for Maya. I don't think Maya's dead, but this is besides the point. But you gotta stop. You really need to stop. It's not helpful. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. And just because somebody is oblivious does not mean it's their fault. They didn't know. They had no clue. How would they know to be able to help with this? What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Are you sure that's not your problem? Just because somebody's oblivious doesn't mean that they are trying to keep themselves blind to the truth. I think that might be why you want to take off your mask, sir, so you can, I don't know, see the blood in the room. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Are you sure that he's not already taking coffee out of... he poops coffee. There's no way that he's not giving himself... he doesn't even have to do the actual process of an enema. He's pooping coffee beans. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be all right, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see her for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. I'm scared. I mean, Diego was on that weird Discord kitty vibe back in the day. He's always been a yeah, he did call her kitten. It's not great. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Oh, God. How many hours are we in now? 3 hours? Okay, before we continue on with this, I'm gonna take a brief bathroom break. Everybody go stretch your leggies. Go grab something to snack on. I will be a few minutes. I'll be right back. It's break time. Okay. We are back and about to go into the courtroom. Leggies have been stretched. I've gone into the bathroom. I am ready. Ready to go. I'm gonna start off in the original save section. He's probably gonna pull out all of the stops, Godo. He's probably gonna be a big pain in my butt in this section. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Hi, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, bring me the tea. I need to know what's going on here. Edgeworth, what's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Oh, so he's going to manipulate her. Good. Good to know. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Oh, that's going to be great. How is that even possible? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yeah, we already know it's going to be Godo. Who else would it be but Godo? Godo? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? Oh, you don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Oh my god, Franziska! Franziska, you're doing great! I know that you were such a bad person in the beginning, but you're really starting to change for the better. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godo intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. No, I feel like I'm still gonna be a frantic maniac today, but for a different reason. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Yeah, Dorothy, believe in me. Thank you. She's actually been considerably nice towards Phoenix this case, even as she physically attacked the sick man. She can't mend her ways with the whip, but she's mending her ways in other aspects of herself. It is kind of endearing. We just gotta work on the whip bit. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. I'm pretty sure Godo's keeping secrets from me too. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham. No, I mean Missy Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. It's the last court case. February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Oh, it's our favorite. Oh, the judge is back. Our good old gullible judge. This is gonna make my life even more complicated. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Please don't throw coffee at me today. Your Honor, what are you... Ooh, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me at my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. I think we know where he got that. Plague Bringer #1, known as Phoenix Wright. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers, that explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. See, I hate you, but I love your music. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. Sarah, I think you need to eat your own words. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godo. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. It's like Nurse Joy family. I mean, they have a little bit of a difference between them. Now that Mr. Godo, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. I don't know, coffee beans? The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Okay. He's only gotten worse with the coffee over the years. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Are you sure that wasn't coerced, you butt? A confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? I don't know, because she probably feels an immense amount of guilt towards her sister and everybody else. I used to have Godo's phone ringtone as my ringtone for ages. I don't anymore because nobody calls. Aw. Yeah, a lot of people text nowadays. That's why I like having different text notifications for everything. That way I can get the little joys in life of hearing very funny ringtones for certain people. I even have different notification tones for emails and Discord and everything. It's those little happy bits that you can have. So occasionally I'll hear like certain animes or video games, and it just makes me happy. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris, and I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, she took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Oh. Okay, so Dahlia murdered Mystic Elise in the garden, carried her body back with a snowmobile, and Iris is the one that put the Shichishito in the back. Okay. Okie dokie. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yeah, she is setting the plot. She is setting the plot. Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha, everyone on the planet is an accomplice of something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godo. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Why? Just keep it! Just keep it! Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the current tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the current channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Oh, so they're gonna be saying that Maya's the one that killed... Okay. Well, let's see how this unfolds. Huh? Yeah, they're about to say, oh, Maya's the one that killed her. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Wow, Godo, I see how it is. Mia's gonna hate you after this. If only Pearls was here that could channel, I don't know, Mia at this given time? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Ah, okay. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do it. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. I'm gonna tear you apart. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Okay, we're gonna give a good old save. This is the start of everything. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I wonder if she's still Dahlia at this point. Or if she at some point channeled Dahlia to be like this. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Yeah, that is right that we have not established the blood on the crystal sphere. Which means that could be a possibility that at some point this is going to get taken from me and examined. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. Now, I guess we could establish that... I mean, this is probably why we kept the secret of Elise Dunham being Maya's mother. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. This is going to be kind of hard to prove. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? No, she did say it in court. Didn't she state it in court at one point? No, she didn't, did she? Because I used the testimony in court. But you took it as valid. Okay. I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Oh, heck no. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? I'm going to bed now. Have fun, take your breaks, and did you use your free memberships yet? I will be using that closer to the end of the month, but no, I have not used it yet. Also, Grima, I hope you have a great rest of your day and you sleep well. Have good dreams. I did take breaks already, but I depending on how long this goes, we might take another. Though I don't think that this should take too long. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Oh. Ritu, thank you for subscribing! Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. And yet you're able to put a sword through a body? Seems a little weird to me. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ah, I think you might need to add that to your statement, lady. But you look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? I kind of do. But I wonder if that is something that I can state yet. There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. I hope I can do it this way. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. See, normally, the defendant doesn't go on the podium and start answering questions and going through a cross-examination, so I gotta work with what I have. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Oh, I hate that you're trying to take over court, sir. It's your fault Mia is dead because you're not an insane workaholic. Okay, now let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Press that. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. I beg to differ. I mean, you could really take somebody's forehead out with a giant purple crystal. Made of true amethyst, she said? That's a pretty durable crystal. Because you didn't dig into her personal issues that were hers to tell you. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff? Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, all right. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger, I'm sure of this. It's gonna be interesting because we wanted to keep this a secret. But I'm guessing that because we kept this a secret between Gumshoe and I, the prosecutor Godo doesn't know about the victim's staff, and they were able to concoct this faulty witness statement with a lack of evidence. Okay. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. Okay, let's go ahead and press that too. And then Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's going to get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. I wonder if I can go ahead and... She threw away her staff and pulled a dagger from her robe. So let's go ahead and save in slot 6. And present the thing that we said we were going to keep secret. But this works in our favor. So let's hope this works. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Oh. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Gotta pick this apart. Gotta pick it apart. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
Of course, you have an objection. You always do, don't you? That was impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff, but even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, yeah, of course they're gonna use this. It's like, oh, she didn't use it. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Due to the facts that they are mother and daughter. I think that's right. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? I know we can go like their mother and daughter. Yes, mother and daughter can still do horrible things to each other, but I don't think this is the case here. We can go with this bit of information because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Oh, no. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the current channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. I can't believe that he's trying to pin this all on Maya. Mia's little sister, the one that he's been having such great feelings for. How dare he? Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the fact being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is it? What is this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it? What the heck? That's an interesting thing to... What the heck? See, he's not throwing currently the... He's not throwing a cup at me just yet. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. How many coffee cups does he go through in a day? He has specific... Does he drink 8 cups of morning coffee and then goes for 17 cups per court session? That's a lot. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Wow, he actually did find the dagger. Okay. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending with a violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Oh, were you even listening, old man? I first heard the confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Oh my god. 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. Oh, so you're going... Okay. Yeah, then you have no idea properly if this is the actual murder weapon because you have no blood evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Oh my god, I hate you. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden, the blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. That's such a lie. In any case, witness, if you could please testify against... give me more details, goodness. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between two women. Yes, Your Honor. Blood of Godo is an energetic drink for vampires. It's certainly something now, isn't it? The special blend of coffee along with the blood. God, is Godo's blood is basically caffeine. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she I almost said that completely wrong. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. And take a sip of water. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Why? What about the blood though? The backwards name of Maya written in blood. I think my voice is starting to go. Why? Is this what I get for screaming earlier? That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay, so we're gonna save them both? No, actually, no, I'm gonna keep that there. It's literally the... no, it actually should be fine. Save. Sorry, the second part of the testimony. Third part of the testimony? Third. The battle! Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind the lantern. Aha. Do I even have that bit of information? It wasn't dark, it was well lit. I don't have actual evidence for that. It was dark where the two of them were, so... How the heck were you able to witness everything from behind the lantern? I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. That's not true. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? She then, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. I hate how you feel like you're so calm in this situation, sir. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. Your coffee analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Okay, so press this. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Dunham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Not really. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, She said it wasn't well lit, but hold on. The two of them faced each other for a moment, then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. She said she was hiding behind the lantern and that it was dark. But we know for a fact that the lanterns were lit that night. The thing is, I don't have evidence for that. I just have the information. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then collapsed. Press that. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. See, that's the thing, is how can she say, oh, I didn't see where the dagger went or where the staff went because it was dark. And how can you tell it was Mystic Maya then that was the one that was fighting Elise Dunham, Misty Fey? According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Oh, so wait, hold on. She would have bled out so much if the dagger was taken out, though. There would be so much blood. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, She seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Okay, Mystic Maya stumbled briefly over, dodged the attack, backed into the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. What kind of evidence can I use in this case? Yeah, there was this as well. Because this was the other thing that was found in the garden, but what bit here can I possibly use? Stabbed Mystic Elise. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone. Stole the weapon. Okay. Let's... Oh. Save right here. Could I possibly use that there? Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Haha! Oh, I got it. I wonder, I know that this might be a little bit funky, but it says specifically loss of blood from stab in back, not belly. But I'm pretty sure that they can probably have this go off track due to the fact that it's like, oh, the other thing was stabbed in her back, so it's kind of hard to tell because of the Shichishito. Back to the stone lantern. It might be this one. It's either this one or this one, but because she says that her back is to the stone lantern, it's probably this one. Let's go off of let's go off of the autopsy report. Yeah, most definitely not that one. Okay. Let's try the other one. I know I can't prove the other bits just yet. But we do know for a fact that the lanterns were on. But let's try presenting this as well. There we go. It's definitely this one. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. I'm pretty sure Godo's gonna say something opposite of this. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. He's probably gonna say something about the Shichishito. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? It's so stupid. Get backstabbed like Dark Souls. See, they kind of missed the backstab. It's a tummy stab. It's a parry. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throw away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. Yeah, there could be a possibility that we're talking with Dahlia right now. Dark Magician Mom did not know how to parry. They didn't know how to parry back for parry. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? What do I mean? Who do you mean? What do you mean? So many what do you means in this testimony. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said? Can we also establish that if he wants to utilize the fact that it was dark, then I could argue the fact that it was not Maya because you couldn't tell because it was dark. Prosecutor Godo, explain yourself. The witness was kind of unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Like, you need to see clearly that there's blood on something, but you can't tell because of your freaking red visor. You probably even don't know what the color of your shirt is. By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? I almost said climb. Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. I rest my case. It's not Maya if you say that the place was pitch black and you could tell who's who. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. I hate that. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. You only created more contradictions. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? See, don't say no so quickly. I can equally as quickly turn this around due to the fact that it's apparently pitch dark. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit at the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. This is gonna be another case of, oh, I didn't see the blood. Oh boy, so the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. Once again, Visor is messing up his statements. And then also, he's not going to be able to see the blood on the crystal sphere when I use it later, huh? Is this also why he couldn't... I wonder if this is also why he couldn't see the talisman. That'd be hilarious. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is the catchphrase for this court session. We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Well, that's a little besides the point with his red visor. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godo, anything further? Mr. Godo? Okay then, let's move on. Godo is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it's now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? A luminol mode in his visor? That would be so cool. Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the current tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. I need to establish a time frame there. Because if it was past 10:45, it took 30 minutes. Maybe that's why the body... No, the body looks kind of like it's on fire. We'll establish that later. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Sister Iris's cover-up. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. You're a useless judge, as always. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the current tradition. So then you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Yeah, she doesn't... The only reason why she would know is because she's a Fae herself. In addition, if that wasn't the case, the only way that she'd be able to know is because of the talisman, and the talisman was with Misty. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I might be able to establish the other bit then. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across that, that's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch a cold, or even a simple cold. Does that mean Phoenix is not stupid because he had a cold? A really bad one? But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to the Hazakura Temple. I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha, makes perfect sense to me. For the time being, anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and the snowmobile, I knew that it would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. How the heck did you not get blood on it when she obviously didn't have... She didn't have the knife in her body anymore, so she would have been pouring out blood. This is the part of that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more detail? Yes. About the snowmobile. The tracks I'm not entirely worried about because the tracks themselves lead from the bridge, so I would like to know about the snowmobile. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me. Godo, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. And still covered in snow. The snowmobile was in the front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order, Mr. Godo, why are you pointing out contradictions to the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Hydration? Let's take a sip. Ugh. Okay. I probably should have gotten more to drink. I think there's still a decent amount in there. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? That's the bit where they planned this whole testimony out. At least the majority. Why would Godo want to give me a hint? Very well, then let's continue with the testimonies. So, you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. Can I go back? Can I talk about the tracks then this time? The snowmobile. Mobile? Let's ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, actually, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. The snow was falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. Yeah, but what about the feet tracks? Because the training didn't start until 10, but wasn't it still snowing around then? Yeah, it was snowing closer to 10:50. So the feet tracks that were made by Sister Bikini wouldn't be there. That is important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make any sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? It all will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. You probably have something up his sleeve for it. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Okay. Press. There has been a lot of contradictions in your testimonies so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it means there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Okay. Go ahead and give this a save. Then I use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and... Where's the... By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Okay. Save right there. And present. That is true that the murder took place between 10 and 11. 10:50 is when the snow stopped. Though I think that I might need to use the crime or the tracks photo because of the feet tracks that are in there. Due to Sister Bikini coming back to the main temple so she could take a bath due to her aching back. Maybe? Oh, okay. So maybe I have to utilize the weather data first. Okay. Let's try. Load. Oh, fudge, I saved. Oh, whoopsies. Dang it. That's fine. I hate doing that for some reason. That's okay. We'll just go ahead and save again. I don't know where I saved the last bit. That's okay. If need be, I can start over. Did I just load again? Whoops. This is what happens when I save a little bit too quickly. Whoop. Go ahead and present the weather statement and we'll try that first. Ah, okay. Load. Wait, where the heck did I load from here? I just want to see. How far back? Yeah, okay. It's just at the beginning of the statement. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. It's the thing that more directly contradicts the statement. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That would mean that would mean the bridge was on fire at the time, right? So this one says lightning struck the bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Do we have to use the direct one where it's Larry's sketch was just literally showing the bridge on fire? Courtyard where Elise Dudum was murdered. Maybe that is the case? I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. So could I use this statement instead with the weather statement? Or do I have to use the, by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? I could try that. First I'm gonna try Larry's sketch just for the heck of it. I don't think that'd be the case, but why not? No. Okay, load. Try the weather statement on this one. And then no. Okay. Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Would you like another hint? Sure. Sure. You are overlooking something that directly proves that the snow had not stopped yet. That had not stopped? Are we talking about the crystal sphere? But the crystal outcropping near Dusky Bridge. Did I actually use the weather statement on this one? This talks about 7 to 10:50. Had not stopped yet. Do you recall how each piece of evidence was discovered? I can say that the crystal sphere was covered in snow, but because the information says otherwise, can I still use it for the same fact? I might be able to? Maybe? It's not. Huh. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. This is completely going over my head. Other than, like, the talisman, which was not covered in snow, though. Is this truly the statement that I have to go off of, though? My brain has already been hurting from all of these twists and turns with the plot that I'm starting to lose IQ points. Oh, maybe the staff. But the staff is not showing information properly either anymore about the snow. I know that the staff was still covered in snow. Maybe? Nah. My brain. Brain's not doing well. That's how I originally found it. You were warmer with the idea of the crystal ball and the lightning strike? Am I on the wrong statement? Oh, my brain hurts. Why? Why is this so difficult? And I used the weather data on this statement, but I don't remember if I did use it on this statement. Hold on. Let's give that a double check. Stupidly, yes, it adds a statement and then you contradict a different one. Oh my god. Why? I dragged it behind me all the way to across Dusky Bridge. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Horribly wrong statements. There we go. Oh my god. I feel a little bit stupid. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. A Draca corpse with that noodle... that too. With the noodle arms that she has. This is the weather statement, or the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? Question mark. That's because it was Dahlia. Of course she wouldn't know. It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't. It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out, no matter how hard you tried to deceive or conceal the truth. You can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. There we go. That it's convoluted. Like I said, Ace Attorney can, every time this happens, Ace Attorney can make you feel like a complete genius, and then at one point just humble you and make you into the one sitting in the corner in the classroom with a dunce hat. Your Honor, I request a 5-minute recess so we can call an exorcist. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
What do you have that's a eureka moment for you? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Rebranding as Peach Duncehaven. I have my moments of idiocy. So everybody does. This game though will definitely make you feel both like a genius and an idiot. I will say, I know this is like a broken record, but I will say it every time this happens. Me, how dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Well, yes, of course, but Whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunit was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you could explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, technically, that's kind of what it is. Well, not exactly, no. Hi, sea turtle. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like Larry's art is going to be the key point in this. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that the lady's testimony isn't the truth. The amount of stress that is coursing through my veins at the moment. She can't possibly get past. I get that there is a moment, but her testimony is so lax. All right then, witness. Let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? I'm gonna go save. Save right here over both. Moving the butty. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Yes. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? What the heck kind of statement is... What kind of statement is this? Oh, so it was just a misunderstanding. I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Nobody decided to, like, I don't know, give me this piece of crucial evidence? As always. Oh, would you look at that strong string there? It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. See, now that seems... I think I know where the contradiction is, but we're... Oh, I have to wait for it to be added. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Dusky Bridge photo added to the court record. Taken the morning after the crime. I would like to take a look at it, please. See, now, Larry was down, for the most part, down at the bottom of the bridge. And it wasn't until, like, it was, like, mid-burning that he actually came back up. So, and he said he saw something incredible while he was down there. So we can state that the cord there can be used, I wouldn't say like a bungee cord, but like a Spider-Man web string to get across. Left all of his children. At least Phoenix is not fighting bare-chested in the rain on top of the tallest building. And he also said the thing was 30 feet above the bridge. Mm-hmm. And it's what, a 40 foot drop from the bridge to the bottom of the river, or towards the river. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as truth, and Mile will be accused of murder. Right, I'm only going to say it one more time. Is he actually helping me, or is he being a butthole? It's quite possible either way. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Both, of course. Yeah. Both are not mutually exclusive. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. So we'll save in both sections here in case I make an accidental mistake again. Saving. Okay. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godo said, the body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Stress levels exceeding. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? I don't know. That's what Dahlia's done all this time, if that is who she is right now, which I don't think she is, but I also don't know because my brain hurts. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Yeah, I mean, they're both evil at this point, but... Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? See, you can't do this to me. That's not a valid statement here. Well, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. I'm pretty sure you can talk about traumas, Mr. Godo. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. I technically have the statement. We're gonna go ahead and press it anyway. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Uh-huh. Yeah, a resident idiot did. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that as a witness. We kind of already did. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Okay. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no other way to move the body. So... go ahead and save once more. There's a couple of statements I could use this on. Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Maybe this one? Because I could just use Larry's sketch. Let's give it a go. Ha! Ha, it's the right statement. Okay. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. Phoenix shark doo-doo. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. I hope you choke on your coffee. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go. Miss Elise Dunham's a brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Dunham. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice? I mean, he is pretty good art-wise, but we won't comment about anything else. Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? You're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. What 6-year-old is drawing flames like this? This is a much better picture than most 6-year-olds can draw. Okay. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. I mean, not like you haven't done it for the past hour. The past few cases. Some are, I've seen them. A 6-year-old drawing like that is pretty impressive. My bro could draw like that at 6. Me, no way. See, that is the thing, is that there is some people who have more artist prowess than others. Some 6-year-olds are geniuses. Most 6-year-olds are drawing stick figures and drawing the sun as green. So, times like this. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with a sketch? Upside down? Why? Yeah, he is helping me. What the heck? Why do you have to be such a butthole during this entire thing and then also blame me? Is he just trying to light the fire underneath my butt? I do feel like this is upside down because of the... the suspension bridge cords. It is upside down. It is upside down. I never thought of this. Because he was laying upside down when he was... Oh my god, really? Such a small detail. All right, then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Go ahead and save in slot 6. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Loris Dunham is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction, and exactly what happened. Why does it have to say complete contradiction? I would say that it's a complete contradiction because if the picture is upside down, then yes, it's a complete contradiction to the statement in addition that the picture is a contradiction because it's upside down. They weren't flying. Their body was being like, was it zip-lined across? We could say complete contradiction. Some pigeons were trained to pick good and bad children art. They pigeons. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Dunham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. Better to fall on contradiction to be defenestrated in the 8th. What? However, if we're to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Ha, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to the finger pointing thing again. Okay, Troy, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? God, am I gonna have to hit the suspension bridge cord, or is it the body itself? Maybe the suspension bridge cord? Both are good. I guess let's say the suspension bridge cord. Or do I have to click right here or right here? Let's say right here. Oh, it's the wire connected to the bridge. Okay, thank God. I don't want to go all through the dialogue again. Fun fact, you could have picked either choice you were debating between a moment ago. See, this is what I love about Ace Attorney games. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it's supposed to it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. I have a oh wait, they did add the picture of the bridge, didn't they? Yes. You see the two cords at the bottom. A bridge photo. A photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? I mean, I feel like he knows, but he's acting out very, very funnily. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. I know it's just animation, but I love how stiff Phoenix's body when he's turning his head like that. Makes him look like a puppet. With someone like Luris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. There we go. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? And what was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, thinking back, alright? Remember what Luris was doing when he witnessed this event. Also, I would beg to differ that he couldn't really see from this angle at the bridge, but I'm not gonna say anything about that. The angle of this is kind of weird. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he lay down. But then lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position what sort of position Luris must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Lauri's Dunim witnessed this event while lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Godo can't see. Well, maybe he cannot see that the fine wires. That is true, but I mean that he could also be having a bit of a problem because this whole picture is like the definition of red. He could be seeing like this entire thing mostly in red. I can see how this would be a little bit hard to differentiate bits of the picture. So then this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lauri's Dudum sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. I don't even think I could read that one properly. Send all documents in red font for him? Yes, make sure he's none the wiser about every single bit of the report. Of all things to say a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means that it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. But the thing is that they had one part of the broken suspension for the bridge. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then... they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? I wouldn't say a rope on hand. It would be the Dusky Bridge photo, so we can utilize that cord right there. And also, where is it? There we go. Okay. Never mind on that bit. Okay, to create a pendulum, we gotta use Dusky Bridge photo and point out the cord that's falling down. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. Oh my god. They even took the... That makes sense for her body being bruised and battered after the case. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. But question is, the other side, he's gonna say something about it. Glug, 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 glug. Whee, Mr. Godo. much coffee does he have in that endless... He has a Mary Poppins mug. Mary Poppins mug of coffee. It seems that Mr. Goto is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Yeah, the corpse fell 10 feet. That's how the staff broke and how the crystal ended up in that portion of the snow. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available was were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question: did that really happen? Trey, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Yes, what happened to us? So we can utilize the crystal sphere for this next one. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Yes, I can utilize the body fell 10 feet after death. I feel like this would work. This mug Starbucks would kill for infinite coffee. I feel like Starbucks cups are not very big. At least not anymore. I mean like the regular like mugs that you can buy from Starbucks. Yeah, the body fell 10 feet after death. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. Well, what makes you think that something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. Well, what kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Oh, I don't even have to say it. They just do it for me. Sorry, Peach, but that autopsy report is outdated. No, say it ain't so. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Ms. Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. And now to be thwarted. Oh. I saw for a brief moment that it looked like YouTube was buffering. Dark Magician Mom is alive after the use of Monster Reborn. God, I wish she was still alive. It's so sad that we see her mother after 17 years and she's dead. She's just dead. We have nothing that we can do about this. We can't bring her back. We can't really do anything about it. I mean, the only thing that we can have as a brief moment of like reprieve is doing a channeling, but I don't know if we're going to do that at the end. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. I was wondering what that noise was. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godo? I was wondering what the noise was that I heard briefly as the judge was talking, but he just has to throw his cup at me. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright, but you forgot about one thing. And what would that be? The aroma. Once again with the coffee analogy. Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. Oh, I have information for that. Maybe. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godo is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. But I mean, you can't blame me for that. I mean, you said before that you can't like take all the evidence and information into account, but I just proved a theory. You guys have to figure out the rest of that. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna say. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Oh my god. It was me, Dio. God, what do I even say? I don't want to say Sister Bikini. Older sister of Missy Faye, mother of Pearl and Iris, is in solitary confinement. God, what the heck do I say? I can't say Dahlia, she's dead. Gotta go for a while, but if you really intend to finish this today, I will be back in time. I really want to finish this today. We're going on 5 hours now. I told you I was gonna go well over the 9.5 hours it says it takes to defeat this game. But the thing is, they're not. Most people that are probably playing this game that has that time frame are not streaming. They're not streaming it. They're just like speed reading. Oh my god. I still have 2 sections to go. Are you serious? I thought this was gonna be the end. Are you really serious that I have 2 more sections to go? Who said this was a 9.5 hours? This feels like it should have gone a lot longer. Like breaks in the trial? Okay. I am finishing this today. I'm totally finishing this today. Who the heck am I supposed to say who this is? The defendant, a nun from Hazakura Temple, doesn't seem to us. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? I can't say Dahlia. I totally can't say Dahlia. Do I have to be that crazy? And I can't say Morgan Faye. She's in prison. Head nun of Hazakura Temple discovered the murder. Her bad back really bothers her because we can't. What the heck? Because they're gonna have to say, oh, we'll prove it. How the heck am I gonna prove all of this? The only person I can really incriminate is Bikini. I mean, other than Larry, but... The truth will set you free. Oh my god. Am I gonna have to say Bikini? Am I gonna have to say Bikini due to the fact that all of the discrepancies with the snowmobile? She's the only other person that can write it. And she's the one who's witnessed said murder. Or said, like, putting the Shito in her back. This is the only other person. I'm gonna say Bikini. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. Well, Mr. Goto, I'm sure you have something to say. Go stupid, go crazy. Okay, so you're just gonna have to tell me that's Dahlia. The two crazies would be the mother and Dahlia. The aroma just now smelled of sulfur. Perhaps that your chances of winning are rotting away. Okay, let's give that a load. The accomplice. Okay, let's go super crazy first and say the mother, but no, we're gonna say let's try. Well, Mr. Goto, I'm sure you have something to say. The aroma just now smelled of sulfur. Okay, so it's not that form of crazy. What the fudge? Gotta say Larry. Do I have to say Larry? Process of elimination. Frickin' mom. Morgan Faye. That's too stupid, too crazy. Yeah, that's stupid crazy. God, how am I gonna have to go Larry? What the? Too stupid, too crazy, Larry? Are you telling me that she got up and walked herself? Or should we say that this is a different kind of crazy of it's Iris all along? There's nobody else that could have done it. Worse. No, don't save. Don't save. Load it. Load it properly. Oh my god. What do you mean it has to go worse? Am I gonna have to say Pearl? It was Phoenix possessed when he put on the hood. I can't produce the profile of Phoenix though. God, am I just gonna have to say Iris? Are you going to the end today? I'm gonna try. We are so close. I feel like we're so close to the end. I can't stop now. Otherwise, if I do stop, it's gonna be like. It's going to be such a short stream. I have to go crazy, stupid crazy? That's so silly! Oh my goodness, okay. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. With her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. Well, that's true. You could, you're the only one that could have managed it. I have to go so silly. Trey, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godo? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Oh! How can you say that, Mr. Wright? I mean, she is acting more like Dahlia than she is Iris. At least, or has this been Dahlia the entire time? I have no idea. What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trey? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Did she get out of her execution? Was she never dead in the first place? Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya? Oh, never. Wait. Has she just been channeling her this entire time? But the thing is, the channeling is a little bit weird, because if you're channeling somebody else, you take on the appearance of the person you're channeling. Are you just possessed? The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh my god. How much more twisty can this be? Oh yes, I remember now, that case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this court. Oh my god, we're going this route, are we? Oh my goodness. Order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the current... master of the current channeling technique flows within that body. The current channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Oh my god, we're actually doing this. We're actually doing this. After an exciting story, exciting but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone? Sir, you just said death has no bearing in this courtroom. On the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there was 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris, and the Iris who gave me the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? There's more. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Whee! It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to the Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, that doesn't mean she didn't channel during that time frame. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Yeah, the earthquake. Not really. Edgeworth lost her during the earthquake. Yeah, that's thinking. That's some thought process. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? It was not me, the spirit that forced me to drink Mr. Judge. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Yeah, I know. It's the freaking earthquake. It's the only time frame that we lost sight of her for an extended period of time. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, has there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Let's save. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? God, there's so many what do you means to just take my words at face value. Goodness. What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Oh my god, I gotta say Edgeworth! Ah. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I'm sorry, buddy. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Sorry, Pookie. Yeah, we're sorry, Edgy. Earthquake? Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... Edgy Pookie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the trading hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Bee! That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Ha ha! Oh! Oh! It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Why are you giving yourself away? I don't get it. You could have still played innocent and the judge would have been eating out of your palm like a horse. Guess I'll have to ask again. Name and occupation. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Here she is. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. Oh, look at that face. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Oh! To be continued. Oh, let it end already. Save. Save in both slots. We're getting this done today. I swear to goodness. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that, but when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Ah, boy. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die, or would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Goto is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? See, it wouldn't be just about killing Maya. Maybe Misty Faye wasn't a part of the original plan? Yeah, I have cross-examined a parrot, and I'm cross-examining somebody who's dead. This is not the worst thing I've cross-examined. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see, so that's when you discussed the plan? Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Faye the master of Kurain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? This is a pretty convoluted plan. Yeah, killing Maya was for pearls, but people thought that Misty Faye was already technically dead. That's why Maya was dubbed Mystic Maya, so she was able to take over as master of the current village. Maybe there's, oh god, there's just so much going on. You're talking about Pearl Faye, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father. Oh. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. Oh, God, you're just as bad as your mother. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Faye. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dream of having her bloodline become the main family. Yeah, Mia would be able to know about it because she's older, so she would have been able to know about Dahlia and Iris. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. Yeah, Mia is responsible for her. Well, actually, it was my bit that imprisoned, Morgan Fay. If I remember correctly. That's ridiculous. She was willing to... Well, I mean, for Dahlia, yes. Actually... Dahlia, I don't think, was sentenced to anything. At least not that it said during the trial, but probably. We put Dahlia in jail. Phoenix did. Phoenix also put Morgan Fay in jail. With the help of Mia. But Mia was still dead at the time. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. So technically, it's still kind of Pearl that's killing... Oh my god, this is... the more you learn, the worse it is. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. Yeah, Mia put Dahlia in jail in Phoenix's trial, yes. Also, eventual execution is inflicted... Or, yeah, implied in the AA universe. It's all Hamlet. Not all beauty. It's so confusing with the way that this game works, because you keep going like back and forth in between time. It's mind-numbingly stupefying. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. The witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. Oh. Hold on. I hear the Rice Krispies. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Why is she a backstabber when you're the one who said that you wanted Father to abandon her? How is she a backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, you backstabbed her. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Is there going to be more of a twist after this? You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety? Naivety? And your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I almost said flay. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her greed. I pressed A too quickly. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then, tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. You're dead, though! The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Something must have happened before, too. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Not really. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan? She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal? All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. What piece of evidence? Is it the lantern? I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Huh. Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. What do you mean by it went wrong? Is it because of Sister Bikini? Dahlia should be born in Game of Thrones universe. So she would fit in with that crowd, wouldn't she? Maybe we have to use the talisman? Yeah. Oh my goodness. I feel like the talisman would be... This is something that we haven't used quite yet, in addition to the stone lantern. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. What? The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Is the plan went wrong because of Misty Faye? Now, do I use a profile or do I use the talisman? Worn by Elise Dunham, found in the garden of the inner temple. Dark Magician Mom did indeed put a wrench in the plans. She did. So maybe? Let's try the talisman first on this one. I have saved. Save one more time for good measure. And let's try out the talisman, maybe. Okay. Load. I don't think that this is right just yet, but... Okay. Saving! So much saving. Hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. What was it that she said on this one? That the plan went wrong? You heard me. Just as a woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. Okay. That's the same thing. Foolishly optimistic. Well, we know when it went wrong, and that's Pearl's not being able to channel. Oh, that's right. Does the letter say specifically that was given to Pearl? Oh yeah, opens once before. So that means Dahlia or Iris could have read it beforehand? The idea was for me to kill Maya. Maybe? No. That would be totally different than the proper information that's being utilized. Did the plan go wrong because of the occult magazine? I haven't really used that a lot, and I'm surprised that it's still in my possession. Can we use Pearl as a... Let's see. No. I have to make a proper... I have to have a proper statement here. The whole plan began with my death. The plan had a lot of parts that were mobile or changeable. It's weird that it worked that good. It really is weird. Oh, I get it. Okay. Hold on. Maybe on this statement of the whole plan began with my death. That can't be true because this was left in at the current village well before she was taken into court, right? Or before she was taken away? Am I thinking too literally? Hi, No Face. So far, currently we're talking to Dahlia that is being channeled by Iris. So currently Dahlia is taking over Iris's body. Morgan planned this whole thing somehow. Maya is supposedly dead. We don't think so. And the reason why Pearl couldn't channel with Dahlia is because Dahlia was inside of Iris's body. Yeah, Dahlia is indeed dead. What am I missing? We're on the end game, but it's still quite... Yeah, it is quite a long stride. I'm also getting, like, sillily stuck. How long has Iris been Dahlia? Since the earthquake. She was Iris or Dahlia the night of the murder as well, but since the earthquake, she has been taken back over, which is how she's currently Dahlia. when Edgeworth lost sight of her, she was able to channel Dahlia and become Dahlia. What a... Boy. It didn't start when she died, though. Found on an outcropping near Dusty. Eshipu got scared by the quake and Pearls helped her to be channeled. Oh, yeah, because then I guess utilizing Pearls is, because Pearl was still at the Inner Temple at the time. Okay, and just to double check, Iris just really resembles Dahlia by coincidence because presumably we've been chatting and interacting with Iris most of the time, not Dahlia. Yes, but Dahlia and Iris are twins. Dahlia and Iris are twins, and their mother is Morgan Fay, who is also the mother of Pearl Fay. We already know that Elise Dunham is Misty Fay, who is Maya and Mia's mother. Yes. Yeah. Morgan Fay had a family prior, or had a husband during the time frame of when Mia and Maya's mother had that channeling session at the case 17 years ago with Edgeworth and his father. They are both kind of evil, though I beg to differ that Iris is a little bit more on the kinder side, but I mean, they're all in cahoots with each other. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to expose Dahlia right now. Maybe I can present... Maybe I can present Misty's profile to here. Or maybe it's the talisman. I wonder. I'm kind of doing process of elimination right now because my brain is slightly fried. Okay, let's try the talisman. No. Okay. I'm losing my mind! Load. I like how doesn't seem to have spiritual power hasn't been updated given that she's currently channeling. Maybe I have to use Iris itself? Doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master, but for it to wait. Me to kill Maya and have it blamed on Iris. So could I use Iris's profile of doesn't seem to have any spiritual power? So how can you channel? No. I'm giving some logical reasoning. Yeah, Dahlia was executed last month due to the last trial that she had, which was the trial where I put her in jail. But she was actually executed, so she is dead. Can I do... No? No. Maybe I'm being way too literal. Assume Maya and Pearl are somewhere safe. Well, they're stating that Maya's dead. Pearl is alive. We did find Pearl. Mia Fey was responsible for her imprisonment. I don't quite remember anymore. Okay, do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? Yeah, Pearls is okay. Maya is still supposedly down in the sacred channeling cavern. The sacred cavern. But that's weird because we established Dahlia has been with us since the earthquake, but the Fae people don't need to do anything to channel. If this was Iris, and she could have swapped at any moment. Right, Mia prosecuted Phoenix was the witness slash boyfriend. Yes, yeah. Wait, are you telling me that... Wait, no, that's not... No, never mind. Never mind. The idea was happening. I am so confused! But before it to work, Maya Fey would have to die first. The plan hatched by Morgan Fey to install her own daughter as the next master. I don't know what to do. Can it... Don't load it. Not save it. I've pressed all of this. Not prosecuted, but defended the Phoenix right way. You know what I mean. Are we saying that this is also... It's weird because we established that Dolly has been with us since the earthquake. But the Fae people don't need to do anything to channel. If this was Iris, then she could have swapped at any moment. Where's the fault? What am I missing? Maya's cousin and channeling prodigy. She was found at the inner temple. Morgan Faye's daughter and Erwin. Oh my god. Iris's twin sister. She was executed last month. Do I have to use her profile on this? What is the right one to be? My brain is frazzled. The idea was for me to kill Maya and pin the blame pinned on Iris. Maybe that one, but I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. So that's when you discuss the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of the parade. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. It was last month. Last month was when she died. Right? Somebody give me Brinkles. I have no Brinkles to be had. I don't see the contradiction. I mean, I see where it could be, but it's definitely not working. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway, but... Could it be the gravy? Highly doubtful. Seems to have succeeded anyway. The one that could have put a big hitch is just... the mother, but none of these seem to work. We say the whole plan. Wait, the whole plan. Yeah. For it to work, Maya Fey would have to die first. So should I put it? Well, I'm gonna test a few theories here. Nope. Is it had to be the channeling bit? That she has no powers to be able to channel? I already sort of done that though. I feel like I've been stuck on this for like... I probably have been stuck on this for at least 30 minutes or more. Because I remember utilizing this one as the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. And I used both Elise Dunham and Iris. Did I use Bikini? Nah. I'm so close to being done though. Here, I think based on what the pressing has been, is figuring out why she followed Morgan's plan. Yeah, for the revenge on Maya Fey. Or the revenge on Mia or not Mia. Oh, maybe Mia. Because of the self-satisfaction because she got all that stuff happened to her before. Oh my god, I'm a moron. Of course it would be Mia that's the problem. You guys must have felt a lot of pain just seeing me writhe in agony as I try to form a brinkle, a singular brinkle to do this. Also, As usual, thank you for being as discreet as possible about giving me hints about what I need to do. It's so much, maybe it's actually fun for you guys to see me writhe as my intelligence betrays me. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? I'm sorry if some of you cringed at the fact that I am severely idiotic in this section of the case, but also if you had fun, you're welcome. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either. Honestly, I could have sworn you presented that there. But I don't think that the ones that I presented were, I did Pearl Fae. I did Misty Fae, and I also did Iris, as well as Bikini, but not specifically on that last one, I think. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fae. I somehow knew it was this. Or this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain that she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. The reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. It's okay, we all have mental diarrhea. That is true. We can be the smartest people and still have brain farts. And I realized that the only way to take revenge against the dead, and how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out that woman helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. I never played these games, so it's not like I know the right answers. That is true. That is true. And sometimes this game makes me think a little bit too hard, when I really should be thinking of the simple ways to get past these questions. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. 9:30. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Dunim who channeled her after all. Yeah. Wow. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. So I was right at some point that Misty did channel her. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. Oh. Oh my god, are you telling me that Misty channeled Dahlia? And because Misty is definitely way more powerful than Dahlia in terms of channeling technique, maybe she had the control to be able to stab herself instead. So she stabbed herself with the dagger to prevent Maya from dying. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. French fry with a plastic fork? Yeah, the autopsy. That is true that the autopsy was stabbed in the back. I'm still very confused. Calling this yeah, no stomach stab. But the thing is with the fact that we can't have like pure conclusive evidence of her being stabbed in the stomach or specifically in the back due to the fact that her body was run through with the Shichishito. So there could be a possibility that she was still stabbed in the stomach and the Shichishito kind of covers it. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. Well, could there be a possibility that there is somebody else who stabbed her in the back? I don't think Pearls could have done it. Pearls would have been in a different kind of, like, agony situation if that was the case. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up, oh god. I really would have to say that Pearls was the only one that was there. Oh god, what if it was Pearls that stabbed her in the back because she was trying to protect Maya? Oh, or it could have been Iris. Could have been Iris. No, Iris was at the... God. I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. What? But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. Did Maya channel her? Because if she said she was in the sacred cavern, Pearls never went into the cavern, so is there a possibility that she channeled Dahlia? For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I don't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back, of the sacred cavern. The only one that's in the cavern is Maya. Oh, the twists and turns. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. That was Iris at the time. Oh. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the cavern was all right, stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Oh. Wait. No, she has the right hair color. I think. And no, it looks correct. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had successfully actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan has succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the introductions. Is my brain about to be exploded once more? But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... See, you... Yeah, we already established that, though. We established that when you said you picked up the staff. Missy Faye, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I'd lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. But Maya Faye, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Oh my god! Oh, no way. Yeah, that kind of sounds correct. I mean, if she was defending herself. Order in the court, what is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Missy Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Oh my god. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There is even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Faye has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? Is that the bottom of Eagle River? Where else? No. No. I feel like right now the person that we're talking to is Dahlia, but this could be the big thing that she is currently Maya. Oh. Eagle River. Maya Faye killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? Yeah, the the thing is that for her saying that she was inside of the sacred cavern and got removed from the sacred cavern, and now we know that Iris is in the sacred cavern currently. This body is Maya. This body is totally Maya. That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Yeah, who does she think is channeling her currently? Ma'am, whose body do you think you're in? Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. No, honey, you got this all wrong. So what do you have to say about now, Feedy? Oh, come on, pick up the cues. Oh? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godo here. The ringtone. Okay, thanks. Beep. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Faye? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. She still doesn't realize. So what about Maya? Where is she? Oh, you also don't realize, silly boy. There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. Because she just stated she let me out and I put her in the cavern. Who else was in the cavern? Nobody. But Maya. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. 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 We already know that's not true. Come on, please. How long is this going to take before we expose this? It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Lise Dunham, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. No, it's not. It's not, though. Haha. Godo, what do you have to say? Wright, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godo? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. Hearsay. However, is that really the truth? Yeah, she just assumes because the memory lapse. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge, which also is the side that has a nice, lovely platform down below. That's right, where she jumped from. Yeah, where is Francisca with her whip? But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? We've established this so many times before, Phoenix. Come on. I know you're distraught, but let's get our brains together, which I don't have, but we need you to do so. Don't get your panties all twisted, Trey. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. You have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yeah! Because look at that! Look at that. The only place... She would have to literally fling herself. Because there's no way she's going to climb up the mountainside to be able to get to the actual river itself. you. It's impossible to jump into the river from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should have been able to see her body in this photo. Yeah. So you finally figured it out. Yeah, Goto. Even if I didn't know that aspect, I would still say that the statement she made earlier is definitely that the body is currently Maya. You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. She's currently in the courtroom with us. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Well, that sounds familiar, deja vu. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know now that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. Also, I should save. Hold on. I've gone way too far. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Not dead. I can tell you for sure. I mean, she's kind of unconscious, but she's not dead. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Yay! You say she's here in my courtroom? Yeah, right at the podium. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. Of course it would be this way, that she'd be under that impression due to the fact that that was the entire plan. She doesn't know that Pearl messed up and she was channeling at the time of like all of this happening. She was channeling Misty and then lost her memory and then proceeded to be stuck in the sacred cavern where Maya was only. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Save. We'll also save in this one. Just in case. Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? She knew she was in Missy's body. She probably thinks she kept until she died on Missy's body. Yeah. She thought that Pearl was succeeded after she left Missy Faye's body. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Okay, so we can start off with... Do we start off with Misty Faye? Because we already knew that... or maybe this is going to be too literal and we can just say that it is Maya. I don't think that we need to establish it was Misty. Let's go ahead and do Maya. This one is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Missy Faye is gone. Oh yeah. I feel like someone could have easily done this. Like, do we have to establish that this is actually it, even though we already have? I can see the confusion. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right, but if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her, technically she can't, because she been channeling the same body and they don't know. Well, Grams, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason, to protect herself from you. But I mean, if she stabs herself... Wouldn't that be a moot point, though? I mean, if she didn't notice, I guess that's fine. To protect herself from me? Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hasakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? Right. You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Aha! Don't say, oh, that's a new face. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Yeah. Yeah. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Oh, she's in denial. Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue for of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? I don't know, her own mother maybe, as she was dying? Well, me, of course. Yes! Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh my god, when did Pearls get here? So it's true, it was you. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just quartered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. Also, I slapped my hands way too hard clapping. That kind of hurt. And then in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. So many lawyers in the room. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Oh my god, did Mia take over at that time? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. A gasp. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. What was that? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yeah, the Canadian judge, who apparently is brothers with this judge, got sick from Phoenix. Yeah, he got sick. If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. But Pearls... Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. Yeah, because Pearls was on that side. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Fallis escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... Oh yeah, that's right, because that was also Mia's case. See, my brain is way too jumbled for all of this. You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It was Mia in both cases. This is what I mean by it's so confusing going between back and forth in time between Phoenix cases and Mia's cases. It's just my brain kind of hurts. And it has been constantly as I play this game. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Wait, Dahlia was twins with Iris, but she was also sisters with the policewoman. So what happened with that is due to the fact that Misty Faye took over as the channel or the channeling master, or the crane technique channeling master. Her husband, who's a jeweler, took the twins, or divorced Morgan Faye and took the twins with him. And he married another person who already had a daughter, which was the policewoman. So they are not related by blood at all. And the Dahlia convinced her father to leave Iris at the other channeling school So then they were completely separated. So it was just Dahlia and the other Hawthorne daughter, the policewoman, who was left behind. Hi, Sai. Did you have a good sleep? Yeah, it's very, very convoluted. You must have begun. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. This is such a good story. The way that they did this was just beautiful. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Are we sure that she... Somebody who's channeling somebody else, they can't kill themselves, right? I really hope that's not the case. I remember what you said early in the trial. There's no daggers in this courtroom, right? I remember what you said early in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, but because you're already dead. Because you're already dead. What about it? Then you said even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia, and that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you will have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Pearl's is half-sisters with the twins. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. See, how are we gonna actually wrap up this case? I mean, technically not guilty, but I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, be gone. Oh. Yes. Aha. Oh, that's such a good picture. I'm not ready to go. Oh. Ha ha ha! Oh. Magatama? Oh, this kind of hurts my eardrums. Yay! Maya! Nick, sis. Oh, she's gonna pass out. Oh! Someone get a stretcher! Pick up the... Get her up! Lady needs food! We need to get some warm food! Somebody get the burgers! Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godo, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell where she came from. See, now the current channeling technique has been seen by however many people in this courtroom. They can't say it's not real now. It seems that Missy Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. The It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. I hope nobody's stupid enough, but I mean, Morgan Fay is still... I feel like Morgan Fay, as long as she's not in, as long as she's not given freedom. Hmm. Yeah, I don't... They didn't say anything about why Iris was considered a traitor to Dahlia. Oh, she backed off after the fake kidnapping? Where does it say that, though? I don't remember, but I mean, we did comb through a lot of information, so I could have, like, accidentally... Or it could have accidentally went over my head. What is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, I mean, after what he saw, after what all of us saw, do you think that he can say that it's not real? Iris said it herself talking with Phoenix. See, that I probably just glossed over it. At the beginning, I was really suspecting Bikini as the true killer. That would have been a really big twist after all of this. Oh, breaking her Cyclops, that's right. To be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up the current channeling technique. Oh my god, he studied. Hey, isn't that the new issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. That's kind of true. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. That's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. Yeah, he studied the cult magazine. At any rate, I mean, he still did something, at least. He still did a little bit of reading. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hasakura Temple.
Objection.
I mean, she was a part of all of this. Can we still say not guilty? Is this gonna be my first guilty, but not guilty, but still guilty? You're a little too fast with the gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Gutto? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. Oh, come on! Try. Remember what Miss Evil's spirit said in her testimony? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the from the storeroom, and yeah, the blade analysis. And God, are we gonna say that Pearls is the one that stabbed Dahlia, not Dahlia? Yeah, who killed Misty Faye? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. We still gotta establish the blood. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. See, but Maya's currently passed out, so she can't say anything about it. The only other one was Pearl. See, no, we're gonna say Sister Bikini. It's the only one who could do is Sister Bikini. That's not the case, though. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Dudem. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. I mean, she's not innocent in other situations, but might be innocent technically in the killing of Misty Faye. This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Oh my god, I really probably should have stopped. How long has it been? It's been it's just about 7 hours. The prosecution is ready to call her final witness. Is it Pearl? Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Oh my god. Was Pearl and Bikini the only ones, really? No, that's not true. What the... You know what would be hilariously funny? Frickin' Larry Butts is the one that stabbed. I don't know. I don't know anymore. This game is... Like I said, this game has fried my brain. There's only so many people. Are we saying that Mia... Would Mia have been... No, Mia would have said something at some point, right? Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event, and we'll put the final dagger in the case. Pearl. It has to be Pearl. Your Honor, was it you? Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. Oh. Is she awake now? Is Maya awake? She can't testify after what she's just been through. Mario! We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. Why the heck was... Oh no, never mind. I know why she's there. Never mind. My brain's truly fried. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a feint of understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Haven't I already sort of done this all by myself? Because Mia may help me, but it doesn't mean that Mia has ended the complete conclusion. God, do I have to go through another investigative phase? That's enough. This court is now in recess. Oh. We're so close to ending this, though. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. Yeah, we're almost done, so we gotta finish this. I said I was gonna finish this today. It's not. It hasn't been 11 hours yet. 11 hours is the cutoff. 11? No, is it 12 hours? 11 hours. 11 hours is gonna be the cutoff. I don't think I'm gonna go that long though. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. And when I say 11 hours is the cutoff, that's YouTube stream cutoff. This would be too short of a stream if I held off on this. And I really want to see the end. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Well, she had Sister Bikini with her. I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? 24-hour Subnautica. Yeah, we haven't hit 1,000 yet. We gotta hit 1,000 before Subnautica happens. Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. See, here she states it here. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Gotta hit the 1,000 mark and then we play Subnautica. I promise it'll happen. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Look at look at that smug face. I haven't seen that in a while. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting close... Oh! Yeah, after poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. Oh my god, that's right. You. That's right. Freaking Phoenix saying the same things. Oh my god. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? That's right, because there was that incident at the courthouse that happened that time. Oh my god. Holy monkey! I remember that case. Oh! Oh! Gunnar not being killed because we have a strong resistance to caffeine. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Yeah, they met in the courthouse cafeteria. She poisoned his coffee. I remember now! I remember! At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Beep. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here, so you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Noodle! Yeah, 2 cell phones. It was me. I was the one that received her body. A murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Ah, so it was the sword. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. Oh my god! I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. The whole swinging the corpse thing is dumb. I agree. I totally agree. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Wait, hold on. Who the heck called? Who the heck called? At that point, Missy Faye was dead. Maya Faye channeled Mia Fey. Dahlia called, but I don't know where she got the cell from. But no, Dahlia. That's so confusing. Did Maya have a cell phone on her? But Maya's would have been in... Yeah, she woke up in the chamber. Oh, she might have been using Maya's phone, but the thing is, she would have been in the chamber by then. I'm confused. Because she channeled Dahlia, but she put her in the sacred cavern. She wouldn't have been anywhere but. So who the heck called Iris and sent the body to the other side? There's no way that it could have been Dahlia. Tell me the name of the person that called your phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Why can't people just sit with this? There's so much that's going on right now. All of it is already basically like... I gotta stop doing that. It hurts my hands. It's all basically like out on the table now. This whole case has either been, oh, I can't say who it is, or what do you mean? Oh my god, I'm so my brain hurts. Defendant, yes, the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, how they got her number, I don't know either. I'm so confused. I hate this. You don't get to blush and tell me anything. Oh, okay. She wants to tell me something? No. No. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning? Phoenix. Mia, are you giving me some foreshadowing here? Mia, how is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dudin really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? I have some inklings, but... Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. Yeah, because it would have to be somebody on that side. So it would be... We can't say Elise Missy Faye because she's dead. The only two that were over there were Pearl and Maya. It was Gumshoe. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. What is it? Nobody likes just giving me straight answers. They gotta make my brain bleed. Were they the only ones? Don't say that to me. Don't say that. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. Yeah, the judge is not there on that day. So, well, technically you could say Mia's the one that was there too, because technically, Maya channeled Mia. What exactly did Maya see anyway, and who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Maya, Pearl. Maya, Pearl. This is gonna blow my mind. Are you gonna tell me that it's somebody completely different than who? Like, I don't even have a profile of them different? You're gonna tell me it was Ami, the statue? The original Faye. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Are we also, could we also say that? No. No, maybe. Is it gonna be the mom? Is it gonna be Morgan Faye? That Morgan Faye took herself out in the penitentiary? All by myself, he says, Phoenix. The entire Japanese legal system is helping you out. We've got no fewer than 5 legal minds in this room. Oldbag. Yeah, Oldbag was the murderer. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. I really wish I could also establish whose blood it is on the orb. But it's probably Misty's, maybe. The tests? Yeah, the bloody knife, silly. Yes, that's on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. You also know what? I think that my brain, the efficiency of my brain is going down too, because my stomach has actually been grumbling for a little bit. I'm gonna make myself some ramen after this. I deserve food. Oh, did somebody text me? 1 second. Oh, that's just what that is. Oh, wait, I know what I can eat later. I know what I can eat. I know, I think so. I know. No, I'm not gonna go sleep yet. I usually don't sleep until like the wee hours in the morning, but that's my problem. That's a me problem. So I have slept pretty decently the past 2 nights because I purposely took melatonin. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, the full test wasn't possible. Of course. A half test, full test, test. There's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the doctor... Doctor. This dagger was not the victim's blood. Huh? You can't do this to me. You can't. My brain can't handle this. So was it Missy's blood on the dagger? And whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. Found stuck in a pine tree in inner temple garden. The blood doesn't match the victim. But if it's stuck in a tree, is this freaking maple syrup on the end of the dagger? Not maple syrup, but you know what I mean. I did say doctor. Yeah, who has back pains? That's Sister Bikini. And me. I also have back pains. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. Yeah, strawberry jam? Somebody was making toast? I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Of course. I would never kill anybody. You can't accuse me. You have no evidence. You have no physical evidence. And there's no hearsay either. The witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. She needs a burger, and I eat sushi. Agreed. But didn't Dahlia say that she was the one with the dagger? She didn't say she stabbed anyone else. I know, this is the weird bit. Very well, please bring in the last witness. There's my baby! Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright and Clow Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the current channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. I know, baby. It's okay. After this, we don't have to do anything more with the Fey clan. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? He may be heartless, but he's also trying to, like, nudge things along. Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I'm so scared. How's this gonna go? Oh. At the Inner Temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Ah. Yeah, Godo does care about Maya, but it's also, like, very... With the way that he acts and everything, and how he was also acting towards Phoenix, it's kind of hard to tell, but he really does care about both Mia and Maya. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. The person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. I can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. It's completely understandable for her to be as traumatized as she is. Okay. save properly in both save files. Okay. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired, and for the fact that she has a head wound. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Oh, I gotta press harder? Oh, I feel so bad doing this, though. Let's save in the second file. And I guess go ahead and press harder. We gotta make her think of anything that could be an indicator. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see the person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. So at some point, somebody turned the lanterns on too. It was not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. Oh, maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Faye. 1 + 1 = 2. Were you trying to ground yourself, honey? You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought that person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Press for more details. What did she scream? We already know that she basically possibly screamed, "Help me." So what's the last hope bit? So go ahead and save, because I'm a weenie. My last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, so many what do you means. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? about to keel over. Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. There's the second person. What did she just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Oh. Oh. Maya. I messed up. I mean to let that slip out. Maya, you need to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me. You're not it's not so help me God, it's so help me. I'm losing my mind. Stop with beating around the bush. Tell me the things I need to know. Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. You stupid. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Yeah, she's protecting someone, so it seems. Pearl, perhaps? Or are you going to tell me that this is like no one... You said off my radar. I'm... Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. Ah, I could see a man behind my attacker. By the light. Ah. Okay. 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 I'm gonna go ahead and press that. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see... I couldn't see. Yeah, the liar. She used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light. No, I don't want to say it just yet. Give me a second. Hold on. I got... Lantern light, did you say? Is it Godo? Did Godo do it? Did he not have his thing on and it was or was it Armando? Oh my god. There's a big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Yeah, that... No. Maya. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns, so I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. By the light of the stone lantern, sounds like a big fib. A big fib. Oh wait, save first. You big fibber. Oh, I should save in the other one too. Hold on. You big fib. Big fib. I love you, Maya, but my god. Was not lit on the night of the crime. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the only one who killed Elise Dudem, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. a killer. Yeah, but the other thing is like who called and had Iris still believe that things were going right? Is it Godo? Is it Godo? You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What's the problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Are we saying that the man bit was true, though? I'm just... we know that the other the braziers were lit that night, though. But could we say that they were still lit by the time the murder happened? I would say yes, but add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee stir. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard. I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. Wait, could we also say that Phoenix could have done something? Or Larry? Larry's the killer, or Phoenix is the killer, but I don't think that's the case either. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman. Well, it can't be Larry, because Larry was unconscious at the time. She says she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child, and then states it's a man? The witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She's quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! They couldn't be there on the opposite side of the burning bridge. Yeah, I know. I'm just speculating. I'm just being silly. It's not them. I can only say Dio God. Is it Dio Armando? Is it Dio? Diego? God, I can't even remember his name now. Godo. No, because I keep seeing your name. I keep seeing Dio. It's Dio. Yeah, the helmet glowing red in the dark. I feel like he would have taken his mask off. It was me, Dio, this entire time. Yeah, Diego Armando. Diego Armando. I got it. I said it. I did say it after I said Dio. Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? No. Diego Armando, Diego. Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. That's a lie. See, now we're getting into the deep, meaty bit of this, too. All the things that I pointed out at some point during the case is now coming to light. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. Oh! Are you saying that there's truly no light and she saw the light? The only reason why she just can't describe a man is because the light of your stupid red visor? Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover for the man that killed her mother? No, technically killed Dahlia, but... You know who this man is. I accidentally pressed A, so I didn't see what Phoenix said. I'm sorry. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Troy, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm gonna hate this. Yeah, Goto's visor has been plot relevant twice. One semi-joke and the other is a giant reveal. I love it. Isn't it so? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Oh! Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Save again. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? There's only one person she can see in the darkness and know who he is. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Huh. Shut the lights off! Why you save so much is because I'm a weenie and I second guess myself on the daily. You think I wouldn't save every 5 seconds just to make sure that I don't make a mistake because I think that I'm wrong? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Police officer, turn the light off. That all the lights in this courtroom to be turned off. Ha! Wee. What? This? But it can't be. Ha! Look at it! Take a picture. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Yeah, Casey wasn't here for the original setup, but oh my god! It's okay, the game let her save, so it's legal. It's legal. Yeah, you gotta just save at the right time for court. Oh my god. This is why I hate my brain sometimes. I have a word and I should be able to get the word out, but I can't. This is a court immunity thing that I get to save at the right time frame. I am invincible. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. This is such a big bit. Holy crap. Prosecutor Goto, what is the meaning of this? As your 20th cup of coffee, sir. I don't know if you're gonna get good coffee in prison. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Of course she's gonna deny it. Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Please, come on.
Objection.
Objection. Honestly, Goto's a good pretender. You know how he showed up after the earthquake? It was like, yeah, I got a search party going. Exactly. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking the witness, that's one of my rules. See, that's the thing, is that the only reason why he couldn't show up is because he was stuck on the other side. That's why we had Francisca and Edgeworth take our place. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... You know what? I feel like Mia was probably talking with Godo at the time, too. That seems plausible. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Nah. Well, yeah, but... So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It was Mr. Godo. It's as Mr. Godo said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Yeah, but nobody else could get over to that side. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Save-oo. We save at the start of every cross-examination. Save in both sections. So you lost consciousness. Oh my god, you lost consciousness when you were in the garden. Is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So that the person that carried you into the temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I wouldn't just say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? Like, Mia, maybe? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. Yeah, but then why wouldn't they take care of, like, Maya's name on the stone lantern? However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene. Yeah, because they can't see red and whites. Yeah, we've already established that. Of course he wouldn't be. That's why he was so startled. That's why he was so startled earlier, because he was, he got really scared about finding out that the stone lantern had blood on it. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. Because that's where all the blood was. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing that I can think of. Didn't you say that the victim, or that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed out, or sprayed onto the snow? yeah, the area collapsed and ended up being splattered. Yeah, just in case he missed any. Because he couldn't really see the rest of the blood. So he was really thorough with getting rid of the snow. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it... Yeah! You know what? He couldn't fully clean up the crime scene, Godo, and he couldn't see this because of his visor, and he couldn't see this because of the blood in the visor. Oh, because the talisman is red! There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there is some issue or some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all of that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Where can I use this bit of information? You're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay. Okay. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So could I? Yeah, by the time I got back, the garden had totally changed. Could I use... Wait. No. I think the only thing I can use is would be the lantern again, but Grand Master's talisman found at the inner garden temple. Now, lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit on the night of the crime, but it doesn't say specifically stuff about the blood. But can I use that? Found stuck in a pine tree in the inner garden temple. The blood doesn't match the victims. Could it have been Godo's blood right there? Did Godo get hurt? Does Godo's profile say that he can't see well? Maybe? No, it just says a prosecutor who is shrouded in mystery and he seems to know me somehow. He could be hurt. Because it says I have to go reveal more information before I can ask her about this one again. Well, let me double check that. Actually, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. Oh, I can ask this again because I went over through all the other bits. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. What, hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Okay, so we can go off of that. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, press it. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have been... God, I sound like Porky Pig sometimes. Goodness. I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Let's ease. Master of Kurin killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through such, that much trouble to protect you? Okay. Yeah, because you said, I think the killer cleaned this up for my sake. Why would they leave Maya on the lantern? If they did clean it up for your sake. Because we already know, he definitely couldn't see blood. Never sees blood. The body of Elise Dunan was carried all the way to Hasakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that was we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. The reason to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You seem to have figured it out by now, Mr. Godo, that the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern, Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion... But I am doing great! I was doing horrible earlier. Then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right! You're right! Order, but Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up or isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? You know, we know it's because you, Godo. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Because he couldn't see it! The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya, and the killer didn't notice. Like, he didn't notice because of his red visor. Prosecutor Godo, early in the trial, you gave me some... Did I say trial? God. You gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. God, I gotta reset. My brain needs to stop doing these things. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it means that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Yeah, normal person. You're right, there is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Who would that be? Oh, I don't know. Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? I don't know. Someone who can't technically see blood? Mr. Godo. This is what you said yesterday. I know hearsay, but my eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godo? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. What? Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Yeah, because you assumed. You assumed, sir. Mr. Godo just admitted there are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on white background, can you? That's right. We went through this over this once before during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron. Yeah, they did. We have... Yeah, this is also another reason why they would bring back the original judge, because he worked on that case. So, of course, it would make sense to have this judge here. Because if we had the Canadian judge, he wouldn't have remembered this and then be like, oh, it's a different case. Could say that. Could. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha, it's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godo, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? They made the plot and they discuss how we can make the final turnabout more convoluted. Hey, Gramps, didn't you know that the reason why I don't drink red tea... Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godo is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. See, he's gonna say something and then we're gonna have to bring the talisman into play too. Mr. Godo, the defense at this time formally accuses you. Yeah, there is red tea. There is tea that is red in color. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. we talked about putting We talked about giving him papers that had red ink instead. Oh my goodness. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area? Yes, why didn't he just take out that area? Oh, could be. Because he wanted to make sure he didn't leave anything behind because he didn't know how far the blood splattered. Oh god, that's another one. Blood splatter has turned to blad. I want to dig myself a hole and not come out. The killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Vlad splatter. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems. I smell food. Somebody's cooking. Oh no. You can tell I'm hungry if I can smell the food. God, I just treated that like I was a dog that saw a squirrel. I smell food. That, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godo? Who's gonna be awesome after this? Hello, Maya. Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godo, isn't the killer... After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She did it? I'm afraid I don't follow. Yeah, because she was channeling Dahlia at the time. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Fun fact, Henry Cavill got so dehydrated to show his muscles in Superman he could smell water. Yes, I feel like that is the thing about those kinds of situations in movies where you see like the absolutely chiseled abs. The poor things are absolutely dehydrated. Could smell water. That's awful. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godo no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha, nicely done, Trite. How long is... Oh my god, it's nearly been 8 hours. It's been 8 hours! 9.5 hours, my butt. I've spent this last part of the case mostly doing this. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. The little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. And yeah, it's been a while since I've gone this long for a stream. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. Yeah, you can't say that. No, honey. Honey, it was Mia that was channeling Pearl at the time. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godo. Let's just move on to the cross-examination if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. She was Mia at the time, so she can't. Come on. Pearlie was also stuck in the inner temple side that night. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an Acolyte's training. Even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training was about to undergo undergo was very intense. My apologies. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunim. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. My goodness. The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. Storage shack? Where? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she really examine a storage shack all that carefully? There's no storage shack on that side. No way. Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. This is not really a testimony. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The next day when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait for the at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Just so you know, Peach, you're 2 cross-examinations away from being done with the game. 2! Oh my god. I want food. I want food. See, at this point, I'm as hungry as Maya would be in this case. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Jumbo sushi burger. I do have a salad actually waiting for me in the fridge, but I think I might add to that. You can eat on stream if you have the food. I have snacks in here, but I'm gonna wait to actually eat food. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would never have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. I know, I said that initially as well, too. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godo's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, a policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, sir. Then Mr. Godo. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godo. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godo style. Godo style. Godo. I'm the same way. I'd like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Forget it, cheering Pearls up, and Godo's investigation. Illegal style, we mean. That's not far from the truth. Let's see, Godo's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. See, Pearls was still having a crisis, so I probably do need to go back to that. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Oh. Missy Faye, naturally. Oh, I think this is it. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. What, you're talking about the gravy? You talking about the gravy? Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? See, how can you say that you saw the beauty beneath this gravy? That's not right. So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godo say just now? I think I found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. He forgot to mention the gravy! For the first time. Can I? What part do I even put this on? The scroll. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Okay. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Can I utilize the other bit too? Hold on, I'm gonna press and see that other bit. Coffee addict. Odo style. Cheering up Pearls. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. How'd she heat up the gravy? Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. But Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. First time, I think, because it couldn't have been his first time. I think that would fit. I just wanted to see the bit. Get a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was yeah, okay. I'm hoping that this one works. Let's see. Present. And we shall talk about the hanging scroll. If not, it's probably the last statement. Ah. Mr. Godo, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godo is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. He might have a Stanley. He might have a hydro flask or something. Yes. Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest here. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could have guessed that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godo described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godo, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Oh, Snapples. Oh, Snapples. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. I can taste the food. I can't wait to eat my salad. I need to figure out what kind of protein I should put on top of it. I need chicken, maybe? Maybe chicken. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it's all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak it onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godo knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Do you want the truth? You can't handle the truth. See, the other person, she came here a week ago. Well, let's say a week and some days now. On the day that we were in when we got to the temple too. She also knew about the things that were going down, and Bikini knew about it due to her, but that is true that you can say that orders from Morgan Fay opened once before. could have opened the letter. Let's see. Oh! This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. These instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Yeah, Pearl knew the plan even if she didn't get it. Unsealed. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer is me. You bet I do. But you said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godo couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and what was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godo. Possible! Mr. Godo, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. A guard! Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. I don't think so. I think that's so that they actually like get up and have like a care for the morning. This crime was extremely preventable and all because Godo wanted to test Phoenix. Yeah, if that is the case, it kind of makes me hate him. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? Yeah, all to take revenge for Mia Fey, but also, did at some point he figure out if that Missy Fey was alive? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid it in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? Also, let's... save. This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see... I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godo? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godo. For the same reason, huh? I know he has gone to some extremes, but he really did love Mia. Okay, Trey, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together. Mia! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia's Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Oh, ah, it's come to light. Mr. Godo is a defense attorney. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godo. His real name is Diego Armando. Yeah, Godo! Diego Armando, go and do. Isn't that right? Take off the mask. Take off the mask. I'm so close to the end. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Fallis killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. Demon. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. His name is Starbucks. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Look at that profile. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fallis killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. Look at that. Blood. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. He does kind of have Starbucks colors, doesn't he? I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered, 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. I'm surprised he's still able to drink coffee after this. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about that case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Interesting that his beard is still in place, but his hair is all white. Oh no. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. But 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed. The one who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia, she's she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was, for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. Yeah, all of this. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. Saving. 1 year ago, when the current village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. Accidentally pressed. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. See, he probably thought at the time that since Dahlia's body was currently being seen, he couldn't have known that he was stabbing Misty Fey, probably. I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. See, we could have all started with Pearls, too. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hasakura Temple. Oh, never mind. Yes, but also he probably didn't know that Missy Fey was the one that was also channeling. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but why? Did he think he was stabbing Pearl? That's the thing, is I don't know. I especially needed the help of Iris. No, I think he knew that he was stabbing Misty. Because Misty took over. Misty took over taking the place of Pearl and calling Dahlia into the world. Oh. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? What do you mean? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Oh. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Curran had great authority. Even without her official position, Missy Fey was still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. Oh my god. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Yeah, the sword. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then just how far she was willing to go. I'll be crazy, but he could have moved the police, especially as a prosecutor, all because he wanted to be the one to save her. I kind of agree, but I mean... He didn't He did the choices that his heart wanted to make, but it was also not the best choices to be making. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. I can't believe this. This could have gone a completely different way. And nobody important had to die. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? Yeah, because Missy was trying to get Pearls to join her for the picture book. We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. She tried! She tried! We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Missy Faye had to do the channeling herself. God, it's just... I get that they were trying to really... They had a sound plan, but it really did not work out in their favor. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? As always with the what do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Corinne, Missy Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. Yeah, he did know it wasn't Pearl. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Yeah, so he knew that Missy was the one in Dahlia's... That she was basically Dahlia's body. What, is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. But in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Photo. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Please. I'm so close to being done. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? We already know who killed the victim. I'm pretty sure. There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say you, Mr. Vodo. Are we gonna, like, agree that Maya was the killer? But that's not the case. We can't have that. Because we have to have a not guilty verdict. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish the thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. Why? What's the purpose? I gotta stop. My throat is already hurting. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godo. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of this crime. Please, Maya, testify. Yeah, because he could have gone about this entirely different. He didn't have to do all of this. It didn't have to be so convoluted. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Exactly. We got another one. Time of the murder. just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. I want to be done. I want to be done. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth. This time I know it. The rest is up to me. I don't want to say Pearls did it. I do not want to say Pearls did it. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. We save. God, this is the end of the trilogy. We're so close to the end. Ew. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain, and I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godo's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but we shall press further and I shall fix this crusty audio. But just after that, you turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godo's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Bikini had his back hurt. Had her back hurt. Had her back hurt. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way that she can remember the details of this scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? Of course you can't answer that question. I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? A soft voice. A soft scream? Just Von Karma? No, I can't Von Karma him. Okay. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Yeah, we should get him to take off his mask. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood. Hmm? Okay. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godo's mask and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moments when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Uh-huh. Okay, I got a good idea. What? Yeah, because he screamed out in pain because this blood on the knife is his. So then the scream came from the killer? That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Nah, I have a different idea. Well then, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction here. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Because there's no blood. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Yeah, the knife. The dagger. The dagger. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? A knife. The dagger that is doesn't match the victim's blood, but never got a full test, you know. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. She managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. We already established it wasn't, you goober. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Yeah, on his face. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goto, it would prove that it's your blood. Also, take off your mask. We know who it is. We know it's you. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. He might find karma it. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? Like, what? Just think for a sec. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. Yeah, because we're gonna have to establish that basically he has a wound on his face. In any case, there's one thing that I can guarantee, right? That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Don't be so surprised so early. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue your testimony. Well, wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Oh my god, Maya. I know that you're wanting to help, but goodness. This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godo had really been cut by with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Not because it's on his face. Maya, we established that the mask was the one that was knocked off of his face. You can get cut on the face and not have that much blood go around. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder, everyone that was on the Intertemple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Intertemple, Mr. Godo was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. See, I have a different explanation if you would let me get to that. Order in the court. Oh. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? He's right. He's right. I mean, it gotta go through all the drama first. Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Smart pills. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. You say he committed murder naked? That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Come on, let me just talk about the mask, please. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. I don't know. Maybe give me a chance to speak? Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Extra camouflage. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trey, can you do it or not? I hate that I have to prove myself to him at this point. Yeah, just like Dark Souls Invasions, naked guys armed with knives and a lot of backstabs. How about it, Mr. Wright? You accused Mr. Godo of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you gotten even one piece of evidence? I don't need evidence. I just need to knock his... Can I throw his own coffee mug at him and take out his mask? I don't need evidence. I just need to go over there and give him a good knock on face. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Evidence. See, what evidence could I utilize for this? I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. And the ultimate penalty. I'm saving this one. Can I use the... Von Karma did it. Do I use the talisman at all? What if we go for the ultimate penalty? Unlimited penalty. Ultimate penalty? Ultimate penalty. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godo? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? Yeah, pursuit music. It's simple. I've got to think of... or outside the box and approach for this from a different angle. All right then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. There's one thing I've demonstrated this previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But We decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. What do you mean, impossible? There's more than one place somebody can hide a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place that the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Okay. God, what the heck do I have for this? I can't say Iris's hood, but I mean, there was... Oh. What if he was wearing the additional, like, priest clothing that were in the temple? But I mean, that would just explain the blood. Yeah, his profile, his face. Ah, that makes sense. Let's see. Let's go. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Ow! Yeah, because that basically just says his face. What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on through him? Yeah, of course. Of course she is. She was my mentor after all. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. How do you think I learned to point my finger like this? It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. I'm so close to the end, I can eat food! That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godo, would you mind removing your mask? If you had a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. It would be a plot twist if you didn't even have a... The plot twist would be that he didn't even have the wound under his mask, but I guess because he's reacted in such a posing way, then we already know. Give me your theme song one last time. Give it to me. Give me your theme song. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. See, that was a pure coincidence and not my fault at all. I get that you can hate me under circumstantial situations, but I mean, that was it, Peach. You're done. That's the last thing you need. Yes, I'm done. After 9 hours. After 9 hours. While I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. See, that's not my problem. That's not my fault. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godo. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yeah. There we go. That's what I wanted. I said this from the beginning that he was definitely just projecting, but I feel so sad about this. I'm very glad that they kept with the theme song. Beautiful. You yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality and my black cup of coffee. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? My plan was to save Maya this whole time. He just brings out a knife from the cup and just flings it in Maya's forehead. Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Good. You're noticing your flaws. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I couldn't, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia and nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Yes, but he also still put her in a bad situation. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? How many what do you means have happened in this case? I've lost count. Never thought I was keeping count in the first place, but at least over 20 by now. That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. Oh, look at that. Oh, I should have taken a picture. Dang it. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Well, of course you already knew that. There's no reason to have any doubt that it wasn't, or that it was and wasn't Dahlia Hawthorne. It could have been Missy Faye or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Blinded by pure rage. Was it by hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? Yeah, technically saw red. It's such a good metaphor. And now I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. Well, he technically has been seeing red since he woke up. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godo. No. Diego Armando. Is he gonna take the mask off at all? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh, there's the blood. Oh, fudge. God, my reaction time is dookie. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. This must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Oh my god, the trilogy's finally over. Passes out from blows. Yeah, little do we know that the entire time that his wound actually has been bleeding. It's just been filling his mask up like a pair of like swimming goggles. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body at the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. Uh-oh. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Oh? Was that her at the time? Oh! Oh! I just remembered, weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. And maybe just apologizing for her sister. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Oh! Oh! Huh? We only met twice. The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The time you met her, the next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. Are you telling me that he was basically dating Iris? Oh. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Oh my god! For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Oh my god! She was dating him at the time! Wow! Edgeworth suddenly pulls out a revolver. It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny. Oh! Oh my god! Wow! Oh my god, she did actually end up liking him, didn't she? Oh my god. Holy crap! You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Pearls also somehow brings out a revolver. Oh my god. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. That's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sin on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. Oh. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. She noticed that that Iris was actually falling for Phoenix. My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Oh my god! Holy crap! Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. Holy crap! I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Oh my god, that's... Because after Phoenix got she got exposed, he's like, oh my god, my world has been completely shattered. She wasn't the sweet thing I thought she was. But she was! She was! Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh, thank you. I know she's an accomplice to murder and everything, but oh my god. Wouldn't you clean up the blood, sir? How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. I hope in jail that you get a decent cup of coffee, Armando. Don't you think so, Phoenix, Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dudum. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. Oh my god. Oh, that's beautiful. This is a great way to end it. God, I wish everybody had a cup of coffee. This would have been so much funnier. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby defy the defendant. Not guilty! Oh my god. Oh, I'm tearing up. Holy crap. Court is now adjourned. Ah, I'm done. It's been 9 hours. God, I'm not doing anything tomorrow. February 10th at 4:51 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. Oh, please don't say that. No, don't let the health bar refill after I finally defeated the boss. The way everything ended was just really served. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I decided to stream for 9 hours. I could have totally split this apart, but I couldn't. I couldn't. Not this time. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hands. Of course, justice was served. Mia! They knew this would happen. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. When I'm old and crusty and I've decided to sit on the couch watching TV and die right there. And we're gonna make sure Phoenix lives a long life. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Maya! Maya, are you hungry? It's time to get food. We need to go find Gumshoe, and we need to make sure that he gets fed this time. Food is necessary. I get to go feed myself too. Oh, I'm excited for food. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this was what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't you worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. He has done quite a bit. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Oh! She's back! Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right? My boy! Excellent work, Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one's filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, they had probably a lot of fun. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Ma'am, I fell so far into the river rapids below that I'm surprised the only thing that I got away with was a cold. If he can even take a 40-foot fall, he's never dying to anything but old age. I think the old age is the only thing that's actually going to take him out. Unless he finally gets like that hug and or kiss from Edgeworth, and he's going to die of a heart attack, and then that'll be the end of him. Not saying that's going to happen. Ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... Oh my god. Yes, Larry. Yes, Larry, you did help. But no, there's no room in the group hug for you. There's room for me in the group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Yes, I get it. His painting did help, but we can't let him get a big head. Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. We should have pushed him into the river when we had the chance. Not that I actually would, but I'm just saying. Just saying. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. The portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Maya. Oh my god, Maya's pout. It's breaking her. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Franzie's Whippity Whip? Don't get carried away. Don't tell him about what's going on with Iris. We can't say anything about what's going on with that. He might murder me. And then that's going to be a whole different set of problems. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing. Did I say painting? Probably. Painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have been, have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Oh. Hey, Pearly. Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. Pearls. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Stop whipping me! Tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Faye being strong for? Pearls, of course. Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. Yeah, because she believed that it was, that Maya had to be included in that. She never realized how much damage her mother has done. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, dang it, I missed it. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Yes, yeah, got it. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Gumshoe! You ready for food? Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here to... Oh. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. Are you sure it's not because of other reasons that I won't state out loud? I probably think that is the case, but no, you probably just want to whip him because he's the way that he is. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know this and that. Anyway, congratulations on your win. Let's go out to out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Are you sure you have enough money for that? My salary just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Oh, I hope it's not the one that I think it is. You already said that food was absolutely atrocious. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Gumshoe, please say it's not the place I think it is. It's at a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... nobody's eating good tonight. Trivia, no, please. I knew it, we're doomed. See, we're all gonna die tonight. from food poisoning. Can't keep Maggie waiting. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. No, Pearls is coming with, and she's never seeing you again. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for Pearls. Uh-oh. Maya, where's Pearl? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. No, you can't tell me that. No, wait, maybe she's still Mia right now and she's talking with Diego. I bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find Pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Very well, Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead. No, don't even create the implication of that. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of Pearls might have gone to. Probably. Oh. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Hazakura Temple? For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Bikini! I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Baby. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. She cleaned up the gravy! Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearls. That is impeccable that she was able to get the gravy off of that. Mystic Maya! But Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Oh, baby! It's time to have mashed potatoes. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm so happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was here, there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. I'll never get over that name. Your mother, Mystic Missy, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Curran, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There is a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the Master's talisman. The thing that Missy kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. What's in it? Is it photos? That's... Photo! A photo! Oh. Mother. Was it a picture of all of them? It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. Well, what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, it was when the vase was broken first. It's the first time the vase was broken. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. She's just a baby at the time. I learned that from all of them. The baby. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Oh, this is the day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. Make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. I don't wanna. It's too cold. Alright, we're gonna have to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. Good. Good, we all need to fill our bellies. You know, there is one thing I don't get and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. I don't think that I have the capacity nor the cojones to do so. I don't even have spiritual powers. You think that the Makatama is gonna give me anything? That's only for the sake of the Makatama. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? I technically already have. I kind of have already. You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Oh, well then. Here goes nothing. Oh, it's the best way to end it. Oh my god. We're done. We're finally done. We made it. I really have to work extra hard now. Master Corinne and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Oh my god, 9.5 hours. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special. No. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making a secret reservation. Please, not this time. Not this time. We're almost done though. I feel 10 years younger. Enough for taking off. Oh my god, his jacket. You don't see the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like. Oh, kind of is. I can't believe I'd gone for 9.5 hours. Yeah, Hey! Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasure of Curran exhibit was a great success. Even I got to see Mr. Von Karma, who I haven't seen... what? Miss Von Karma. She taught me how to use a whip and... She taught Andrews how to use a whip. I'm so looking forward to the salad that I'm gonna be absolutely demolishing after we are completely done with this. Disney and I started a company called Mass and Mass What? We've dedicated to stopping the evil plans of criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. I wish the text didn't go by as quickly in the cutscenes like this. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be barely talking. I'm probably gonna be barely talking after this and drinking tea. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger. So I let him 500,000 in a tea set. You mix the tea with your own 2 hands? Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Yeah, I can feel it in my throat. I've done too much today. I kept making so many... I kind of screamed a little bit too much today. 500,000. A 69-year-old that cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. God. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Oh, I'm gonna sip water. The murder, we paid so much money. Oh, wow. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wow. We've done it, guys. Thank you for all your brinkles. Especially the moments that I got stuck. Like really, really stuck. Thank you. You're turned into what? It was so sweet of you. Everyone came. Oh, of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got nosebleed. Pearls, I'm not dating Mystic Maya. It's okay to fall asleep. Miles Edgeworth. I'm surprised you could sleep with all the noises I was making. I was yelling a lot. I was yelling a little bit too much. Oh no. We're used to it. Yeah, no old bag. Thank goodness. Oh. Ah, yes. Winston Payne. Not yet, at least. Ah? Oh, there she is. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy got quit and now I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what I'm gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought? She went to Hawaii? Her vacation to Hawaii. Rat-tat, rat-tat. Oh my god, old bag. I will not miss you. finally found something I'd love to do. France City's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the... Oh, no. Oh, she's gonna sue you, sir, for her likeliness. I'm an artist, a really good popular or portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Executive producer. No, she said no. She said not to push his luck either. Oh, I love it. Look at Pearl. Aww. I guess he found his calling in a way. Beautiful. I'm so glad that we're not seeing Franzie's whippity whip. Yay! We're done. Oh my god. It only took me 9.5 hours. So this whole bit took me as long as it said it was going to take to finish this game. Oh. Oh my god. We're done. The trilogy is over. We finished. I don't even remember when we started playing the trilogy. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some warm tea. I'm gonna have some salad. I'm so excited for food. Yay. Yes. We're done. God, was it? Yeah, because I did really keep avoiding playing Ace Attorney because by the time that I wanted to play it again, I got sick. And it kept getting pushed back and pushed back. Wow. We finally finished. It's the end. And now, I have to double check the poll again, but I think the Great Ace Attorney is winning by a landslide, so that's probably what we're gonna be almost immediately going back into, but I don't think, just to give like my voice a break from all text, I think I'll wait until like the week after maybe. Actually, hold on, let me look at the calendar. No, I think it might be after, because I know the end of this week, I am doing something at the absolute end of this month. So probably the week after. Or the week of April. I'm gonna give myself 2 weeks and do it during the week of April, like the first week of April. I'm doing stuff at the end of the month that I won't be streaming for. But also I want to play Killing Floor 3 when it comes out, so that'll probably take like my days up before I not stream for the rest of that week. Yeah, maybe a voice acted game. That, yeah. I know that we're gonna finish I Am Fish. We have a couple more, what's it? We have a couple more stages left in I Am Fish. And I think I'll probably hold off on Scene Investigators as well, because that's also quite a lot of reading. I have to figure out some additional thing to slap in other than Killing Floor. Because Killing Floor won't come out until the week after, so I think of some stuff to stream this upcoming week and next week. I have not ever played a Yakuza game. I did at one point see that all of them were on sale, but I'll have to... It looks like it's really fun. And I've been looking at it for a while, but I kept forgetting to buy it when the entirety of Yakuza was on sale. So that's another thing I'm going to be keeping up with. I do have Baldur's Gate. I have access to size. I do have access to size Steam. Or we're in a Steam family, so I have access to their Steam library. I could play Baldur's Gate. I don't know if I want to go into like another lengthy game. If I'm gonna be going into the Great Ace Attorney. Well, we'll see. We'll see. If you play Yakuza in English, you will be banished. If I have a Japanese option with dialogue, I will more than likely choose it. Since we have since it has subtitles, I could probably do that. Yakuza 0 is the best starter game, but it is a very text-heavy game. I'll have to keep an eye out when all of the Yakuza games go on sale again. Because I think right now on Steam, they have like the visual novel fest, so a lot of that stuff is on sale, which would also be a lot of dialogue as well to read. Yeah, we'll see. I'll spend tomorrow not talking, drinking tea, and figuring things out. But I'll say once more, thank you for always helping me when my brain decides to short circuit. You guys are the rest of my brain cells. It really is fun playing any sort of detective-like game with you guys. Because we all sort of team up and work together to figure things out. Just like the Scene Investigator and all the other sort of detective-y like games that I've played. It's just so much fun with you guys. There's only one guy in the Yakuza game I think Peach won't like with her granny eyes. With my granny eyes. I'll have to figure who that out. Or figure out who that is. God, I can't speak anymore. It has gotten progressively worse as the stream has progressed. 9.5 hours really does something. It's almost 10. Another 20 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna wrap things up. Thank you for being with me for the rest of the Ace Attorney trilogy. Thank you for all the times you've helped me when my brain is short-circuited. I really appreciate it. Also, I will say this every time that you guys help me. I really do appreciate it wholeheartedly. That you just don't give me the answers outright. You make me gain more brinkles than you think by making my brain work for the answer. Really appreciate it. Absolutely love it. And I'm so happy that you guys are those kinds of people that will help guide me along instead of like slapping me in the face with the answer. Thanks for the stream and congrats on pushing through. Have a wonderful night and a great weekend. Yeah, I hope you guys have a great weekend too. I hope you guys sleep well when you go to bed. I hope you have better sleep than I do. Don't get sick. It's still quite the time frame that people are getting sick, so be careful. Eat your vitamin C. Eat well, drink well, hydrate. I mean, not anything weird. Drink your water. Mr. Walking. I'm not even gonna look it up. We'll figure it out if we actually ever play it. Yeah, it's 1:30 a.m. where you are. You should go to bed. It's time to sleep. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. I will put up the weekly schedule to maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I might be dead tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. Don't says you. No, you should all go to bed. Goodbye.